Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular business meeting of the District of Squamish for Tuesday, July 18th. Hatham Skolin, please plus Homish, Owema, which means welcome to the traditional territory of the Squamish Nation. Just wanted to quickly, this meeting is streamed out in the lobby, so if you don't find a chair in council chambers, we are limited by fire code. There should be lots of chairs in the lobby. If there isn't one, please talk to staff and we'll make sure everyone's comfortable. Looking for council to move adoption of the agenda. Moved by Councillor Chappelle, seconded by Councillor Elliott. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion carries. Are there any notices of motion? Seeing none. We have no delegations, petitions, or proclamations. Consideration of unscheduled public attendance. Is there anyone in the audience who has an urgent matter that council needs to address before the next council meeting? Seeing none, our first item is a public hearing scheduled for 6 p.m. And I'll just quickly go to Councillor Elliott.
So I just wanted to let council know, and I should have done this before first and second reading on this proposal. Earlier this year I declared a conflict because I was working on a contract with many nonprofits in town. That contract is finished. I'm no longer in conflict, which is why I'm participating in this one.
Thank you very much. So as part of every public hearing, I have to read this statement, so just bear with me. This public hearing is convened pursuant to Part 14, Division 3 of the Local Government Act to allow the public to make representations to council respecting matters contained in the proposed District of Squamish zoning bylaw, number 2200-2011 Amendment Bylaw CD Zone 88, 37871 3rd Avenue, number 2495-2016. Everyone present shall be given a reasonable opportunity to be heard or present written submissions respecting matters contained in the proposed bylaw. No one will be discouraged or prevented from making their views known. However, it is important that remarks be restricted to the matters contained in the proposed bylaw. Members of council may ask questions following presentations. However, the function of council at a public hearing is to listen rather than to debate the merits of the proposed bylaw. In considering the proposed bylaw, councillors receive documents which may influence its decision. These documents are available for review and comment and have been included as part of the Planning Department report, or if received later, handed out at the meeting and included in the public hearing package. If any documents are submitted during the hearing, please feel free to review the document during the hearing by asking staff. Members of the public shall maintain order and quiet and shall not applaud or interrupt any speech or action of members of council or any other person addressing council. I now call on the Planning Department to introduce the bylaws.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Elaine Naseby and I'm a planner with Community Planning. This is Jonas Beleniskis, the Director of Community Planning. Tonight's public hearing is for the southwest corner of 3rd Avenue and Main Street at 37871 3rd Avenue for a proposed comprehensive development zone number 88. So it is, the subject site is 6 parcels and an undeveloped laneway. And the existing Squamish Helping Hands Society Emergency Shelter is located kitty corner to the proposed site. The facility proposes to relocate the existing emergency shelter along with the food bank. It would have a vision of a grocery-style food bank as well as a commercial-grade kitchen with the ability to provide meals and a food hub with food rescue and food storage. There would be 3 floors of social housing on a spectrum from supported housing to independent, including some Vancouver Coastal Health mental health and addiction beds. There would be collaboration with a range of community partners. So there would include some office space, multi-purpose space, as well as a proposed potential laundromat and cafe. There are some initial schematic architectural floor plans that have a vision for how these uses might lay out on the ground floor, as well as a draft elevation. When this zone was got first and second reading, it was anticipated to be a 6-story height. The architectural plans have been further refined, and so the building will not be more than a 4-story or 15-meter height. And so staff is recommending tonight that the zone be amended to a maximum of 4 stories. The project so this is a partnership. The District of Squamish would provide the land. BC Housing would fund and own the building with a long-term lease on the property, and Squamish Helping Hands would be the operator. And there are a range of other involved parties. The agreements, the District of Squamish and BC Housing would enter into a memorandum of understanding. BC Housing and Helping Hands would have an operator agreement. And so these would detail out the roles and responsibilities of the partnership. The zoning, so the principal uses proposed capture the building program. The maximum building height, as described, is 4 stories. 1 off-street loading space would be required. No off-street parking spaces would be required. And the building setbacks proposed for this comprehensive development zone would be 1 meter on 3rd Avenue, 0.7 of a meter on Main Street, and 0.38 of a meters on the interior side setback. So the site is being maximized to support and accommodate the proposed uses and the co-location of social services. While it is recognized that the particular users of this building are likely to have fewer vehicles than would be required for a typical building of this nature, there is a need for parking that will be generated. Helping Hands has identified that at a maximum there would be 5 to 7 staff members. And in the short term, parking could be accommodated on the existing emergency shelter site, which is located 50 meters kitty corner to the proposed site. There is also public street parking in the surrounding neighborhood, and the 1 meter setback proposed on 3rd Avenue should be sufficient to accommodate a future separated bike lane on 3rd Avenue, as well as a lane of parking in front of the development. So there is a large stormwater retention pond adjacent to the proposed facility, with that pond's forebay being across the 6 parcels that are the subject site. So a stormwater retention pond forebay is a smaller pond in front of the big pond that basically minimizes sediment, captures contaminants, and has those particles settle out before they enter into the bigger pond. So it is proposed that that forebay be infilled, and a preliminary engineering study has been done that shows that there is capacity in the larger pond to move that forebay. So there are engineering and environmental implications which are being studied, and this would need to be sent to DFO for their review. Separately, in the 2018 district budget, there is an oil water separator that will be installed at the corner. So that is something that is required regardless of whether this project moves forward or not. So this slide shows the proposed building footprint in yellow overlaid on top of an aerial photo that shows the high water mark in that brown dotted line. So if this building does move forward, there will be a range of setback from the larger retention pond. And so that would be roughly 8 to 10 meters adjacent to Main Street, going to roughly 27 meters at the southwest corner of the proposed building. So the estimated cost to infill the forebay and to move pipes down Main Street would be in the range of $330,000. That's a very early estimate. And the cost is directly attributable to this project. So there was a public information meeting for this proposed project. The legislative requirements for notification have been met, so notices were sent to all residents, to all owners and tenants within 100 meters of the proposed site, including to all residents of the Artisan, Aqua, and Sky developments, as well as the downtown BIA. And there was an ad in the chief paper July 6th and July 13th. So the district has received letters both in support and those identifying concern with the proposal. Those in support are in the range of 50. Those that have expressed concerns are in the range of 20. And so I will summarize what some of those concerns in those letters are. So the first is off-street parking, which we have already talked about. So parking was identified as a concern for those with concerns about the rezoning, and it was also identified as a concern by some in support of the rezoning. The site has a limited footprint on which to build, and the programming elements need to be maximized for this to move forward and to be funded by BC Housing. So essentially, if off-street parking is required to be provided on site, the food bank cannot be included in this proposed facility. There were concerns about safety and also the location of this proposed facility. And so there were concerns arising out of the existing emergency shelter. And so the proposed facility is a response to those existing concerns and hopefully a potential solution. The name of the proposed facility, Under One Roof, describes that there will be a number of support services, including needed housing that would be included in this facility, with the intention to provide the support that the program participants need in order to hopefully reduce those safety concerns. There was concern raised that this facility may attract people from other communities to come here. There are a lot of support services in Vancouver, and people generally tend not to want to leave their own communities. The facility and the supports it will provide may service the Sea to Sky corridor, so it may see people needing support coming from Whistler or Pemberton, but what's most likely is that currently there are people in Squamish needing support that are leaving here to go to Vancouver, and so this facility may retain those vulnerable populations in our own community. So the location, there was concern expressed that there's a number of families living in the surrounding neighborhood, and the neighborhood has been impacted with the need for a security guard at the library. So this new facility will actually be open all of the time. The current facility must close during the daytime to clean, and it's a very small facility, so there isn't a place for people to go for some amount of time during the day. The proposed facility will have dedicated space inside as well as outside to the rear as a dedicated space to gather, and it will also have housing above. There was also a concern expressed of a medical marijuana odor in the neighborhood, and concern that might adversely impact participants and encourage additional drug use. And so it is felt that locating this facility in relation to concern of a particular odor from one business is challenging because businesses may open or close in a number of locations. So through the public consultation, it was suggested that this is a good project, but should maybe be located elsewhere. The stormwater retention pond, the district does recognize that there are pre-existing concerns with the larger retention pond, and the district intends to study and remediate those in the future. And so for the program management, BC Housing does have experience working on social housing projects and entering into operator agreements. And the long-term viability of this project, should Helping Hands experience any organizational challenges, will be addressed in an operator agreement. Those who have expressed support for this facility see a need for the services proposed, and they see downtown as the best location, having additional supports there. They recognize that with Squamish's growing housing prices, there is a resulting growing disparity in our community, creating a greater need for a range of housing solutions. So staff's recommendation, subject to the public hearing, is that council give this bylaw third reading as amended by amending the maximum height from 20 meters or 6 stories to 15 meters or 4 stories. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go to council for any questions for clarification purposes. Councillor Kent.
Just a question on 3C, talking about site considerations. There's a line here that speaks to Tetra Tech's report indicating there's an adequate capacity in the pond to move the forebay, and it would function adequately for a short period of time without the forebay. Do you know what a short period of time means?
I'll call on Chris Wickham, Director of Engineering.
Thank you. And what's the alternative?
Excellent question, thank you. The report calculated 1 or 2 years as being possible. We're proposing less than 1 year.
Thank you. Councillor Price.
Oh, thank you. I just noticed in the drawings there wasn't any showing any of the units. So I guess, I just thought you might see some of the units. And if you go to the...
Why don't we let her answer the question?
Mayor Heinzman, through you, this still is in a very early schematic stage, and the architect has stressed that that the floor plan is draft and the elevations provided are draft, but they haven't nailed down those top floors, certainly.
And those issues would be dealt with during a DP process or not?
Mayor Heinzman, through you, this is actually not subject to a form and character development permit or a riparian area regulation development permit. Having said that, at first and second reading, council requested that it go through our advisory design panel so that it has a architectural review.
Okay, and then on the site plan that you showed up there, I wonder if there's any, the green area is a no-build zone, is that what that is? It shows the high tide, I assume that was high tide, or
I think the legend's a little tough to read. Can you just explain this map a little bit more comprehensively?
Mayor Heinzman, through you, so this still is an early schematic project, and this is an early environmental review that was done. A more detailed bioinventory will be required, and so in that legend, it does say the word riparian averaging and the word remain for that green, but to my knowledge, because the retention pond is tidally influenced, riparian area regulations do not apply.
okay, but, well, my question is, that area that's still crosshatched, I would assume is developable, could that be used for parking?
If I may,
And just very quickly, we've had a request to speak really loudly and clearly so people in the lobby can hear, so thank you.
if I may, for you, Mayor, the green area would be a riparian sensitive area, so there would be no parking in that zone. It would be essentially a sensitive area setback.
He's looking at the crosshatch between the green, sort of a triangular portion between the yellow, other than there's no way to get there, and the green.
Yes, the current design wouldn't allow for any movement for the building.
But the current design is a preliminary design, you said yourself, it's very preliminary. I'm just wondering, I'm just trying to get some parking on the site.
There's no on-site parking currently proposed, is that correct?
That's correct.
All this parking is off-site, that they're part of the plan.
Apart from one loading bay.
Thank you. Any more questions for clarification purposes from staff? I don't see any. I now invite the applicant or representative to comment on the proposed rezoning, after which persons affected will be given the opportunity to speak. After I've confirmed it is your turn, please approach the podium. Commence remarks by clearly stating your name and address. And please note that speakers will be given up to 5 minutes. I do have a list of about 5 or 6, 4 names. I'll go through this list first, and if you still want to speak, please just put your name up and I'll acknowledge you and go up to the podium. Would the proponent or representative like to speak to this application at this time? No? Okay, first up is Caroline Bagnall.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for hearing us tonight. I wanted to introduce myself. I'm Caroline Bagnall. I'm the president of the board for Cutting Barriers, and we are one of the partners that will be joining the Squamish Helping Hands Society as well as the food bank. It's our intention to build a culinary institute that will support persons with barriers, that will teach them training in the culinary and food services area. We will work to provide the hot meals for Squamish Helping Hands Society, as well as help to maximize the foods that are brought in through the food rescue program. I'd like to just share with you some of the purposes of our society. So one is to help people who are disadvantaged to become independent through hands-on training and employment in culinary and food services, to deliver revenue-generating food services to the public, to provide meaningful local employment and volunteer opportunities, and to build partnerships with local organizations to enhance community services network. I thought it might be a valuable exercise to just understand some of the other parties that are going to be part of the organization. We are delighted to be working with Maureen McKell, and we know that the wraparound services that Squamish Helping Hands Society are going to be able to provide are going to be hugely beneficial to the persons and providing employment for those in our community. Thank you.
Very much. Next up, Julie Ferris. Please state your name and whether you represent yourself, a business, or an organization, and where you live.
I'm Julie Ferris, and I'm representing myself. I live on Main and Fifth, and I am just concerned about the proposed site for I have three concerns. My one is parking. Parking down on Main and Fifth is sometimes impossible. I have a child and I have groceries, and I don't have a driveway into my house because apparently when they built it, they never put a driveway in. And so I'm parking a block away with my child and carrying my groceries because I can't find a parking spot most of the time. Sometimes I don't even take my car. I'll just bike down to Burnett Park because I don't want to lose my parking spot. Number two is security. I was wondering if the organizations were going to have extra security because going to the library, we used to go to the library years ago and it was fine, and then we stopped going for a long period of time because of the odor and just the concern of the people there. They got a security guard, which made it a million times better. And so they go to the library and they make a fuss and they get kicked out of the library, and then Helping Hands takes them back. So it's kind of like that kind of game. I know that they said that it's going to be better because they're going to stay in their rooms a lot and they're going to be in the building, but realistically, who wants to stay in one building all day long? So they are going to be using like the park where my kids play, and they're going to be going and like using the whole downtown area. And then I have three. So anyway, those are all my concerns. And I think the number one, I feel that it's a need. Like I'm not opposed to this whole organization, but I don't feel that that's the proper place for it with downtown wanting tourism and just bringing people downtown. Like it will bring people downtown, that's for sure, but maybe not the people we want to be downtown. And the parking is a really big one for me. But we have a problem parking here in Municipal Hall. I know this talks about moving it away from downtown, which would kind of be a shame, but I know from experience that it's just, the parking is a really big thing. And I know that some of other council members had a concern about parking as well. And the security too, like if they're gonna build it, then I just wanna make sure that the community is gonna be safe. And thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, and if you do think of that third thing, just put your hand up.
I will.
Next up is, I'll just say Jan. Come on up. Mr. Stratura. Please come up and tell us your name, if you represent yourself, a business or organization, and where you live.
So thank you very much for letting me speak, and I represent basically myself and maybe a few voices from our community or people living on Main Street 1212. That's where I live, Unit 609. And actually talking about the proposal, at the very first opportunity I heard about it, I had good feeling about it because a need for such a facility. But then when you start digging in more and more into the project, what I noticed is, I haven't noticed, I'm not trying to repeat myself with the other speaker, that safety and security. I don't see like the particulars, how this is going to be handled, and all movement of the people. Who's going to control it? Is there going to be a problem or not, right? Like we got the Helping Hands already there, and we see eventually, how people living and getting to the area. And I would like to see in that proposal more detailed analysis of how that security and safety is going to be handled. Still, we have a lot of children going through, parents, people from outside the city as well, like visitors. They go to the dikes and enjoy walks up there, right? So, it's like previous speaker said, that maybe the site is not the best, but if that's going to be it, then we need some more detailed analysis on that basically security issue. And the other one was the pond, but I guess there was enough said about this one and how it needs to be fixed. Either the project goes on or doesn't go on, that has to be fixed, and this is a huge concern with our residents. So thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Next up is Crystal Senkbeil, and on deck is Phil Dubreville. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Crystal Senkbeil. I live at 1336 Main Street. I represent myself and my husband, and those who may also feel the same way in my building. As a lot of people have already mentioned, this is the location of the site is a lot of residential homes, families, all that sort of thing. I just kind of highlighted this map here for you. All the yellow is residential, home, apartments, that sort of thing. So this is a predominantly residential area that we're putting this service in, and I don't think that's the right spot for it. While it's definitely merited to have such a facility, I don't think that's the place for it. Additionally, besides all the residential space surrounding this, we've got the library and the park where lots of families come and children play. And it doesn't always feel safe there right now with the current Helping Hand Society. The security guard has definitely helped at the library. Living across the street and directly across from where this will be at the Artisan Building, you may not get to see it because you're not here all the time, but we've encountered lots of issues with not only people loitering, but drunken fights, loud disturbances, police being called, that sort of thing, especially outside of library hours when the security guards aren't present. So that's definitely a concern of mine because I can only imagine that compounding when you have a facility that's exponentially bigger, serving more people. And so that's definitely a concern, as others mentioned as well, with that safety issue. At the Artisan, we had a bench outside our building. That sounds reasonable, right, to just have a bench outside? Well, we had people constantly loitering and smoking and drinking and just making it not feel very safe for those who are trying to enter their townhomes, coming outside and seeing someone sitting there for hours. So we actually gifted it to the library, and that helped us by moving the problem over there. But now it's going to come back right next to us again. So these are concerns I have. In addition, as I mentioned, all these residential spaces around the area, what's that going to do to our home values, our property values in an already competitive, tight market? Say that we decided, maybe I don't want to live across the street from that and we wanted to sell. What's that going to do to our value now? No one is going to want to buy a place that's across the street from that if there's another place further away that is just as nice with the same kind of stats. Additionally, parking, as people mentioned, that's a concern. If you drive by any time of the day or night, you'll see that those streets, the ones up there, even along the pond, that entire section where there's not currently anything built, typically full of cars. All the streets around there, typically full of cars. It's hard to find a parking spot when you live there. So imagine adding another building, and as you know, they're about to build one at that opposite corner there as well that will be all residential, so that will only continue to bring more cars into the area. Regarding the mention of having a couple of, maybe a certain number of parking spots, the old Helping Hand Society, or 22 if they tear the building down, that I still don't think would be adequate, because the things that they were failing to mention is, while the Helping Hand Society might have 5 to 7 people at peak times working there, what about all the other offices that are going in and services that are going in there that the whole point is to get them under one roof? So they're all going to have staff, they're going to have clients visiting. The food bank is going to have people driving because they're not homeless. They live in Squamish and they can't afford food, and they're going to come to the food bank and they're going to drive their car there. In addition, maybe some of the people that are homeless live in their cars, and they're going to have their cars needing a space to be parked. So I don't think it's as small as everyone's minimizing it like, oh, we're gonna have plenty of parking. They don't have cars anyway. That's not the issue. It's far beyond that scope. And I'd also like to mention, as you guys brought up, oh yay, there's parking all along there. Well, if it's already full, that doesn't really help. It doesn't mean that there's vacancy in those parking spots. So parking, safety, security, location, and then finally the spot as far as being where the pond is currently. I'm not, obviously I'm not an environmentalist and I haven't read the studies, but just for me, what's sad is every development that comes in and everything that's built, we see less and less green space. So right now it's a joy to be able to walk my dog right along that sidewalk there along the pond and look at the ducklings and the wildlife and all of that. And just to think that like that, little section of green space right here next to downtown will then be gone, and it's just chipping away at everything else that's disappearing. So I would definitely like you to take that into advisement.
Thank you very much. Next up, Phil Dubreuil.
Hi, my name is Phil DeBrule. I live in the Opera development in the 1200 block of Main Street. I wanted to draw upon some of my concerns relating to two key factors, one being the environmental sensitivity of the area with respect to the retention pond. And what I'm hearing is that there is assessment to be further to be done on the site and how it affects the retention pond. And I'm concerned that the project's moving so fast that the environmental considerations from a regulatory, let alone a sensitive environmental standpoint, are kind of, it's moved. Why is the assessment occurring after the fact of approval? I would have thought that would have been more in line with the process proper to where we are now, let alone third reading. So that's a concern. The green belt noted in the site plan, that is not the pond to the north of the bisecting line, but right in front is of key interest, as that is a site that has a wide variety of wildlife, as I can attest to looking out right across the way. It's an area that houses multiple species of birds and other wildlife, I'm sure, on the ground setting as well. So I'm curious to know what the impacts of the development to that specific area, which is definitely a sensitive area that houses wildlife. The next concern I have is regarding the noise impacts. So the community is already being adversely affected and impacted by 37861, the commercial grow-op to the south of the site in question. And there is already a large degree of noise emanating from that industrial site by way of a front-end loader, and there has been issue with generators and HVACs in the past, and that being compounded with what will likely be, from what I can tell from the drawings, approximately 12 to 18 units of residential with no air conditioning, open windows, and the fact that the noise deflects extremely effectively as it refracts off of the pond itself and rises as it does is a fact. And there is some very big concerns around the amount of noise that this site will ultimately generate. I would point to the fact that there's also an assembly area or a patio at the rear of the site, which is also going to be in line with the west elevation, which will, again, pose potential issue with noise. Further to that, it's not uncommon to see things thrown out the windows for whatever reasons when it comes to affordable housing. That is also a fact. And I have concern around the environmental impacts of what's being thrown out. I would hope that there's strong consideration given to the operating agreement in that regard, ensuring that there is proper regulation and safeguards in place to mitigate what is going to likely be an issue with respect to noise and the environmental aspect of items being thrown out those windows. Yes, as it stands, the area to the south elevation on the water itself is already known as a hangout for a lot of people that are traveling from the shelter to that particular destination, as an area that is used for drinking and all sorts of purposes down there. There is a lot of, one were to go down there, you'd find there's a lot of waste left over from the users of that particular area, which is destructive to the environment. There's plastic bags viewable from our properties, and when the foliage removes itself from its deciduous vegetation, so the leaves disappear in the winter, and we observe what's left over, and it's quite a mess down there. So I would point to the fact that that's an issue. In addition, you can hear clearly at a speaking tone all the conversation that's had from that point from those people that are using that particular area at this time. So imagine what that would sound like if it were 18 units plus, compounded with the issue that we're dealing with at the industrial site. So a lot of consideration towards the noise, and I want to draw that to your attention, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Eric Anderson. Please state your name, your street address, and represent yourself, a business or an organization. Jacqueline Walker is on deck.
Thank you, Mayor Heinzman. Eric Anderson. I reside at 38316 Vista Crescent. I wish to express support for the under one roof collaborative facilities concept. We need to be investing more and more effectively in such services and facilities. This is an extremely well thought out concept, I believe. However, I would like to also share a concern and a solution potentially regarding parking. Downtown generally, and not least this part of downtown, is challenged for parking. I visit medical facilities with other folks on Lonsdale. I visit the library in downtown Vancouver, and I have less trouble finding parking at different times of day on Lonsdale and just off of Georgia Street than I do in downtown Squamish. I'm a frequent visitor to the library and Municipal Hall. I have read also a number of letters and comments from the 3 immediately adjacent medical clinics and or their clientele regarding parking concerns for seniors, medical patients, and parents with young children. I agree with the report to council assumption that the site should be maximized to support and accommodate the proposed uses and co-location of social services. I don't think there's a solution on the building footprint for parking. The solution is a downtown parkade, and for this project, also this project, to be contributing to this via a fee in lieu. The report to council addresses short-term parking solutions, which I'm not sure I find convincing. But the report to council does not very clearly address zoning bylaw expectations or long-term solutions and scenarios sufficiently, in my view. Other nonprofit organizations in Squamish have building projects which are not getting a break on meeting parking regulations. I'm a part of one such project, and these expectations can be very onerous. So I do empathize with our current proponents this evening on this issue. Regarding long-term scenarios, there are extremely few examples of any downtown commercial or institutional building that has not been repurposed after a number of years by new users or new owners. Good green building thinking should address future users and repurposing also of this under one roof building. This includes future parking demand for a multi-story building, such as is proposed. In conclusion, I suggest that the provincial agencies and investment partners in this project should be part of investing in a downtown parkade or other off-site parking solution, and that this arrangement be tied to the building, regardless of who the future owners or users may be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Jacqueline Walker is next, and on deck is Jason Ross. Please state your name and your street address, and if you represent yourself, a business or an organization.
My name is Jacqueline Walker. I live at 1261 Main Street, and I am representing myself. And most of what I'm going to say is reiterating what has been said by other members of the community. My first concern, because I live at 1261 Main Street, it's directly across the street from the proposed project, as well as adjacent to the existing Helping Hands project. And we've never had a problem with it. I think it's a wonderful facility. I think they're doing an excellent job, but I think part of the reason it works is because it's so small. I do have concerns that extending the size of a project like this and having more people being served at a facility like this is going to bring more crime, more litter, more noise to our community. And I'm basing that on similar projects that have occurred in other communities, such as Richmond and Vancouver, that have seen increased crime, increased open drug and alcohol use, more litter, and more break-ins. If there are projects like this that have been built that have been successful and have not had these outcomes, I would love to hear about them, and I think others in the community could benefit from hearing about precedents where they had more positive outcomes than the ones I've heard about. My second concern, and along with that, I have a small child, and I know others who live in the same townhouse complex as me have similar concerns with their children. As it stands now, there are streets that I won't walk down with my stroller at night, and I don't want one of those streets to be the one I live on. That being said, I strongly support the project in general, and I do think it's important that people have a respectful place to live and to call home, and I think what the project is aiming to do is really important. I'm just not sure this is the right location for it. My second concern, I won't harp on it, but again, the parking, it's a big problem. It's difficult to find parking downtown as it is. I think that needs to be better considered. And then the third is environmental, and again, I won't stress on it because the gentleman who spoke before me did a great job of that. But I'm curious as to how or why it's more beneficial to fill in the forebay of the stormwater management and build on top of it when there are sites in town that are ready to be built on. There's tons of land down towards the oceanfront development that may be more suitable and less expensive and have less concerns for the surrounding community. And that's it. I won't keep you any longer. Thank you for listening to my concern.
Thank you very much. Jason Ross is next, and then I have Eugene Mensch.
Mayor and Council, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. I live at 1204 Main Street in the Aqua Complex. I support this project. I think it's a good project for Squamish and the community. I don't know if the location is ideal, but we support this. You have a few concerns that I'd like to bring forward. And the concern that I have is with the pond that is next to our right will be built on. That pond there is, the water is not the greatest of quality. I think partly to do with some of the storm sewers that drain from Squamish into that site. I know there was talk of putting in a separator. I hope that is the case. I would also like to bring forth that there is, I believe, an issue also going on in the dike. So the water is not draining properly, so it's very stagnant. It's, I think, a health concern, and I'd like to see council look at that and investigate as to if there's any other issues. Yeah, other than that, I lived in Squamish for a very, very long time, and I think this project definitely suits the town. Thank you.
Very much. Eugene Mensch is up, and on deck is Renee McNeil. Please state your name and your street address, and if you represent yourself, a business or an organization.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Eugene Mensch. I live at 1212 Main Street, about a block from the proposal right now. My living area is almost half a block away from that. Personally, I'm very concerned about the traffic. I stated this about 2 years ago regarding the traffic when the district of Squamish was offering to have a art facility on Main Street. And from my window, I can see clearly Main Street and the 2nd Avenue. And I can see almost like an eagle watching the traffic going down there. There's always room during the daytime for a few cars. They're coming about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There is no chance to park there. In fact, people are even parking in front of the fire hydrant there almost every night. I can see the frustration of mostly families that they have kids and they have to walk half a block or maybe perhaps even longer than that. It's very frustrating for them to cross the street and walk so long. So from my point of view, I can't believe that they're building a building there with no parking lots. Yeah, the people living there, maybe they don't use the car, perhaps, probably they use bicycles. But what about the other people, the people working there, the visitors, the donators, the delivery people? I can see why would you put a building like that with no parking lot. Besides that, my other concern is the noise that it comes from that corner there. Even at 2 o'clock in the morning, I can hear people shouting, and I mean, you can see the presence of the ambulance and the police. You could check with them and see how many times they go over there. You know, they are very discreet. They don't make a noise, the ambulance or the police. But it is a big concern to bring that kind of facility where most of the people around, they're all people, family people in residential area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Renee McNeil, and on deck is Christina Rupp.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for listening to me. Renee McNeil, 1194 Village Greenway. I am the founder and board member for Cutting Barriers. I'm also a local business owner. I'm also a mother of 2 small children and frequent the library and the parks and all of that. So I want to start by saying I respect everybody's issues with the parking and the noise and the safety concerns. There's a bigger issue at stake here for me, and that's the human issue. And it's about humans helping humans, and that's what this facility is about. And it's not about bringing more people into the community. It's about dealing with the people and their issues and their problems and how we do a better job of that. This is an innovative idea. We're in the forefront here. We have a chance to actually do something really incredible, like really incredible. Like if you actually read what this project can do, you know, we're not just sticking a Band-Aid on the issue and, you know, putting some mats on the floor and saying, here, you know, here's a roof for a night and some food. We're taking people who have barriers, they have issues, they have had disadvantaged and, you know, they haven't been given opportunities, and we're taking that and we're gonna put the roof over their head, and then we're gonna feed them, and then we're gonna give them accommodation and opportunities to actually gain independence, and then we're gonna give them employment and opportunities to train, and it's not always gonna go well, and it's not always gonna be fun, but you know, we're going to have successes and we're going to have failures. And I get that there's a concern that, you know, there's going to be, you know, more traffic in the streets. The traffic's there. The problem's there. We can't just stick it in a corner and say, put a Band-Aid on it, it's going to go away. It's not going to go away until we deal with it properly. And that's what this facility is going to do. We're going to take a real serious problem and we're going to deal with it properly. And we're going to give these humans opportunities to become more and to do more. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you very much. Next up is Christina Rupp. And on deck is Jamie Ann.
Council. My name is Christina Rupp and I'm the manager of the Squamish Food Bank, and obviously we're very much in support of the new building under one roof because it's hopefully going to be the future of our new home. And there's just 3 points I wanted to make. Firstly is if anyone knows where we're located right now, it's in a difficult position. We're in the BC rail yards, and as much as we do have clients who use our services from the other side of town, we do have a larger portion who are in the downtown area, and moving back into the downtown core will be a lot more suitable for us with public transportation and with access to the building. We had a terrible winter out at the food bank this last year. The snow was incredible, and we have a lot of potholes. The BC rail yards need a lot of work done to them, and it will benefit us hugely to move out of there for our volunteers, for our vehicles not to have to drive in there every day, and for our clients' access as well. And right now we do have a lot of vehicle traffic coming to the food bank, but that's because we only operate twice a month, and a third time we operate for families only. But with the new location, the dynamics, things are going to change for sure. We will be open 5, 6, possibly 7 days a week, where smaller groups of people will be coming through. Foot traffic will definitely increase and vehicle use will go down. So that's, there will be vehicles, but things that will change. And the third point was that right now we are a food bank, and food banks going forward are becoming more of a, moving into buildings with other resources and other programs happening. So this is an ideal opportunity for us to move into a building where we can support our clients and move our clients along a lot quicker because they have closer access to other programs, to professionals in these other programs, doctors, if they're looking for housing, if they're just looking for all sorts of resources. We can, now being in the same building, we can say to them, I can take you down the hall and I can introduce you to the person who can help you with that. Right now we're very much by ourselves out in the rail yards, and we can give all our clients the information we want about what's going on in the town for them, but for them, to get from A to B, it's a big step. So this way we can move them through things faster. So there's lots more I could say about this, but we're really looking forward to this new location.
Thank you very much. Next up is Jamie Anthony, and on deck is Naomi Boonmeyer.
My name is Jamie Anthony, and I live at 1233 Main Street. I just want to note before I apologize that I am going to repeat some of the things that other people have spoken about. Before I do so, I feel like what I've been hearing is the people in support of this project, are coming up here and they're saying all these wonderful things. But what I'm hearing from the people who are opposed is we're not opposed to the project. We're opposed to where it is. And the people who are coming up and supporting it, they don't live here. They don't live on Main Street, right? They don't live in our neighborhood. So I just wanted to say that. I will be repeating myself a little bit, but I just feel like my personal experiences and my perspective on this might just show you, there's some more people. We have a couple other people here who aren't speaking, who are owners as well. The pond that they speak of, I don't think it's been addressed that this pond actually wraps around the entire aqua complex and it goes into the back. So closing that up and saying there's enough room in the pond, I think really what that'll do is it'll push more of that water around the back, which will then become a problem for the townhouses that are being built there. I know there are a few times a year that we have these very high tides where that water is actually pushed into the sump pump of the aqua complex, and they have issues with having to wash that out. So I don't see where anybody's addressed how that's going to be fixed. My own personal experience from being there as well, I have actually, in the yellow area where the pond would be filled in, I have actually personally rescued baby ducklings from the sewage drain there and had them run right into that corner to where their mom is. So I think that's seriously something that needs to be looked at, especially like I said about where it goes around the back there. With the parking, again, I know I won't repeat myself for long. There are people who sleep in campers long term, right around the corner, right on the side across from Helping Hands. They're sleeping in their cars. My daughter walks to school every single day. We see this all the time. So again, the parking, these people aren't exaggerating. There is no parking as it is. And then as well, I work part-time. I have a third job to help support my family, and I work in a local bar sometimes, and I have to walk home at night. I've been approached on several occasions walking home late at night by people, not just hanging out in the library, hanging out at the park, hanging out where I fear for my safety and I have to get picked up now. So, I mean, I think that to say that we have this availability for people just to hang out in the back or to hang out, you know, to not be on the streets, that's not going to stop them from being on the streets. I think that this is a great project. I think absolutely we need it. I think it's wonderful to do the human thing, and that's great, but we also need to take into consideration who lives in this area. There's so much land that's going to be able to be developed. There's other places that this could go. This could help people with not impacting the environment, impacting the people who live around there. Yeah, so sorry to repeat myself again, but thank you for listening.
You did a great job, don't we? Naomi Brunmeier.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. And my name is Naomi Brunmeier, and I'm the Director of Development for BC Housing. I thought maybe I'd come up here and just let you know what our involvement in the project might be. I do live in Vancouver, so I really do take to account what you're saying.
That's Naomi?
Yeah.
May I be speaking
Yeah.
to the microphone?
Thank you. I just like
Speak to
looking at
council.
people.
I know
Yeah.
you want to make sure
You bet.
people's concerns are, but you have
Yeah.
to speak to council. Thank
Yeah, you bet. But I really appreciate everybody coming forward and sharing their concerns, their comments. And it only makes the project better when we hear what people have to say. So we had the opportunity to look at the density of the site, and so we've already said, okay, 6 stories is too big. We'll go down to 4 stories. We've also said, absolutely, let's have a community advisory committee where members and residents, the RCMP, members of the municipality, whoever, can also participate on that, that you would have a liaison right with the actual operator so that you can address your concerns. So we've already said, yes, let's have a community advisory committee. So how this works from our perspective at BC Housing is we currently have a contract to provide 15 shelter beds at the fire hall right now. The project as it is right now is inadequate. It has to serve double duty. People live on mats and sleep on floors. That's not housing. That's not dignity. That's not addressing people's needs. And so in partnership with the district suggested this piece of land. This is owned by the district, of which they're putting forward for the project, where we have the opportunity to do something a lot better, that we can actually address people's issue a lot better. So we're not just relocating the shelter there. We're actually building capacity. We're building housing. We're building a continuum where people can move through and address their issues. We have a huge partnership with Vancouver Coastal Health here, so you have both BC Housing supporting it, providing operating dollars, allowing that to be staffed 24 hours. So that is there. And then you also have actual Vancouver Coastal Health coming to the table to deal with addictions issues. So it's a lot more of a robust proposal, and that's what's really exciting to us. Not to mention having a food bank located there, having space for people to be able to have meetings, to be able to bring the community together, and that we are trying to do is bring in the visible homelessness inside. Shelter is only a gateway to housing, and that's what we want. We want to be in a downtown location. That's why this is particularly interesting, because it's close to other services. It is in a residential neighborhood because what we are proposing is housing as well. These are homes. We're building people's homes. So the fact that it would be surrounded by a residential neighborhood is excellent. That's what people need. They need to be part of a community to be able to address their issues and move forward. So BC Housing is prepared to keep our operating funding that we currently have at the shelter right now and move it over to this building. In addition, we're prepared to pay for 100% of the capital costs associated with this building. So not only will we not ever leave the project because we have an ongoing relationship through funding, we also have an operator agreement. So where we lay out our expectations of the operator so that they know what our bar is in terms of being able to provide housing. And so because this proposal allows there to be a continuum, people can move through the system. And so what we're finding is people's issues aren't being addressed because they have nowhere to go after the shelter. There isn't enough supportive housing in Squamish. We see that time and time again, and so it's excellent to be in a municipality that wants to address that wants to donate land to a project, and that you have a very reputable provider in Squamish Helping Hands, do a very good job, and they've done a very good job under some really tough constraints. And so this is an opportunity to just really blow stuff up here in Squamish, frankly. This is the kind of project where you might be able to really solve an ongoing issue that you have in this community. So I encourage council to be supportive of this. We're here. We're 100% your partner in this, BC Housing. And we look forward to your ongoing discussions.
Thank you very much. Amy Reed, and that's the end of my list. So if you do want to speak, put your hand up and I'll acknowledge you and go up to the podium. Hi, Amy, just state your name, your street address, and if you represent yourself, a business or an organization.
Yeah, my name is Amy Reed. I live at 1003 Ash Place, and I'm one of the managers at Helping Hands. So I wanted to first off say how much I appreciate people coming up here, both in support and with concerns, because these are things that we have to really consider as we're going forward with our planning for this building and the things that we need to hear from our community. I think one of the main things that strikes me is I really want to remind people that we've been on this corner since 2006. And our residents have been on this corner since 2006. And many of the members who are in our shelter are not, they're old Squamish. These are residents of our community as much as anybody else. They've been here for generations and their parents before them. And when we did our homeless count last year, we identified that there were more than 200 members at any given day that are homeless in our community, and we currently serve 15 beds. So that means that all the people that that don't have a place to live are in your parks and your bank teller machines and parked on a bench out front of your residence. And I understandably, as a parent myself, I'm uncomfortable with this. I'm uncomfortable with it as a person, as a human, but I'm also uncomfortable with it as a parent. I don't want people sleeping in my children's playground as much as anybody else, which is one of the main reasons why we need a home for people. We need a home where there's providers who can give them supports, where there's drug and alcohol counselors, where there's wellness programs that are aimed at lifting people up and moving them through life, and where there's security, because that was something that really came up as well, and I really heard that. Security is paramount to Helping Hands, making sure that it's a safe place where people are respected, where they're allowed to be, where they can remain to be with dignity is important to us. So the staff is diligent about maintaining a safe and secure place for everybody who comes in there. One of the other things about this project, which hasn't been really mentioned, is it's not just being built for the homeless of our community. It's being built for our entire community. It will have laundry services, it will have food services, cooking classes, training opportunities, counseling opportunities, so many different services that are not just looking at this one segment of our population, but there are about the entire Squamish core. And I just wanted to remind people of that while we're thinking about whether or not this is appropriate for our neighborhood or not. I can't see how it wouldn't be. That's all I really wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone who hasn't spoken who would like to speak? Please come up and state your name and street address, and if you represent yourself, business, or an organization. I do have one name on the speaking 2 times list, so we'll see if there's any other first-time speakers, and then I'll go to that list.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Angie Kavanaugh, and I live at 1212 Main Street. I don't think there's any question here tonight that people are not in support of a project like this. The issues that have been raised have been heard through many voices tonight. People that have spoken in support of largely don't live in the community. But my one concern, not to rehash everything that has already been said, is there's a new development going in right across the road. Were the developers of that project notified of what was going to possibly be put in there? There's duplexes being built in there that this could impact that development when they see what's proposed there. There's no question that this service is needed in our town, in any town. But for the lengths that have to be taken to build this on this small property, to literally squeeze it in and fill in a pond that 2 previous developers have paid money to put in an oil separator that has never been done, I just think is very short-sighted. That there needs to be more considerations for the families living in the neighborhood, families moving into the neighborhood, and I just think that the district must own other land that this could be built on without impacting the environment such as what is proposed.
Thank you very much. Is anyone else who'd like to speak to this public hearing? Please come up and state your name and street address, and if you represent yourself, a business or an organization.
Bill Kavanaugh, 1212 Main Street. I'm not going to talk at all about the building. I'm going to talk about the pond. The last 8 years, and I did produce a 2-pager to the council, the last 8 years there's been oil, gas, and street washings going into that pond, supposedly into a separator pond, which doesn't exist anymore because there's a breakthrough that was caused by a log 5 years ago that jammed in. So all of that goes into the big pond. Every time we get a king tide, our sump room gets filled. We have a 5,500 gallon sump room, and it gets filled twice a year. We then have to filter it all out by gravity fill. Then we have to call in Carney's to pump it out. So every time that we get that kind of a tide, we get filled. When we move this separating pond closer by 33 feet, the 33 feet is directly across from that exit from our sump pump. So we will have a competing sump pump challenge every time we have any kind of tide to get rid of that water. Otherwise, we could have an overflow in our sump room, which would fill our garage. Now, the sump room on the other side goes directly into the estuary on the other end of the building. But the one closest to the big pond fights twice a year, 3 times a year with the king tide. My recommendation is the complete detailed environment of the entire site, not just where they're going to relocate the pond, the separating pond, the entire site. If they get down to the bottom of that big pond, they will find at least 2.5 to 3 feet of sediment that is now rotting, causing methane all summer long and even through the winter. We don't get it frozen anymore because of the constant vegetation rot. My suggestion would be, why not fill in the whole pond? Not a bad idea. The 3 people who have contributed to the fund have put in $450,000 over the last 7 years to the oil separator. And if you're going to fill part of it and move that separator, then why not fill the entire pond, which is totally contaminated? And I'm sure that if they dig down, they'll find out that it's contaminated beyond repair. Take some of the beautiful stone that everybody has around here and put it in that pond. Take the north or the southbound gateway for the estuary and block it. Leave the dike there, drain the pond, fill it, and sell it as a lot. Right now, it's horrible. It smells like crazy. Anybody that wants to go out, the minute it hits 28 degrees Celsius, we have a stink bomb right on that corner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to this public hearing? Please come up, state your name and street address, and if you represent yourself, a business or an organization.
My name's Rick McKinney, and I live at 41552 Cottonwood Road in Brackendale. And I'm here, I work at Squamish Helping Hands, and I have, since we started, I started as a volunteer back in 2006. So I've been there since the beginning. For me, this is a real opportunity to finally be able to give people an opportunity to live in this community. Folks on income assistance or on persons with disability receive $375 for housing. This is the solution. This is going to house people in the community that they've lived in for a long part of their lives. So, yeah, I really look forward to the opportunity to giving people some dignity in their lives. And yeah, thank you. I'm a bit nervous, so I'm going to cut it short. But thank you.
Thanks, Rick. Anyone else like to speak at this public hearing? I'll go to Crystal St. Gil for a second time.
Thank you again for the opportunity. Crystal again at 1336 Main Street. There was something I forgot to mention previously when we were talking about parking. One of the things that we've heard from lots of people talking is that this will give an opportunity to people and to get on their feet, and that is awesome. Now, if I was just getting on my feet and I had a job and I started having a steady income, I'd probably like to be able to buy a car and get around, maybe get a better job, maybe move somewhere. So again, all those units, they could end up potentially having cars as well with parking. So just something to consider. Just because they're going to be living there doesn't mean that they aren't going to have a car. The other thing I wanted to mention is I know someone had previously talked about how a facility like this had affected other communities, and I can actually share a story, a personal story of that. Prior to moving to Squamish, I lived in a community that had a shelter that was right on the outskirts of downtown, next to a lot of residential area. I lived in a heritage home in a nice heritage home neighborhood about a half mile from the shelter. I constantly had people, because I had a park right next to my house, I had people loitering there all hours, getting drunk, smoking, causing disturbances. You know, in the summer I'd have my window open and the smoke would just be wafting in, which isn't a nice smell, especially if you don't smoke. I had my car broken into twice sitting outside my house. I had a homeless person living in a vehicle there that for days and days at a time until the police would come and move him, and then he'd come back, and it was basically like an open door for drug deals. Constantly a revolving door, people coming and buying drugs from him. At the time, I lived there for 4 years. Initially, they did not have a day shelter, so the people were having to leave during the day and find a place to hang out. They did get a day shelter. It did not improve. In fact, people didn't want to hang out in there all the time. During inclement weather, yes, but especially when it's nice, you want to go hang out at a park, right? Or be somewhere that's not indoors. Maybe have some alone time, some space. So just because this place will be open 24 hours does not mean that people are going to be in the building 24 hours. And that does not mean that some of the things that neighbors may find as not the best hanging out around their homes. It doesn't mean that that's not going to happen. So I just thought I'd bring that up as a real example of someone who lived in a community similar with a place on the edge of downtown. And this one is actually technically in downtown south, so it's kind of away from the downtown section and actually getting into a different area. Just thought I'd mention that.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this public hearing? Yes, please come up and state your name and street address, and if you represent yourself, a business or an organization.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ria Thompson, and I live at 38035 3rd Avenue. And I've lived in Squamish for 15 years now, and I've raised my daughter here. And as a mother of a young child in downtown Squamish, I'm so fully in support of this project. We can set an example, and as an outreach worker at Squamish Helping Hands Society, I have seen firsthand the impact that some of our programs have had on our homeless and low-income community. There's a real opportunity here. Please don't let it go to waste. It's really important. And for anybody who has concerns about homeless individuals in their neighborhoods and around their families, maybe contact me at outreach@shhs.ca and refer me to them, and I can go give them a hand if they need some help. I'm happy to. Fully in support.
Thank you very much. So I'm not closing the public hearing, but there were a number of issues brought up, and I'm hoping that perhaps our planning staff, and it could be the proponent, helps to clarify some of these things. You want me to go through a list, or have you started a list?
We have a very long list.
Excellent. Let's start with that list.
Maybe I'll focus on a few key categories that have come up time and time again. One was the location of this project being not the right one. And I think we have to rely on experts, people who are in this sector of social housing and assistance services. And the experts tells us that the downtown is actually the ideal location because of services, because of the other residential neighborhoods around it, as well as the connectivity with transit to other parts of the community. So the downtown location, the experts tell us, is the right location. In terms of parking, which was another major theme in the comments, parking is something that the district will have to grapple with. The district is a landowner and will be a long-term partner if this project goes ahead. In the short term, we can see a few solutions. One of them being the existing site where the Helping Hands shelter at the moment. There could be additional parking spaces created there. However, that's not a long-term solution. And in a long term, as one of the speakers suggested, in long term, some sort of parking facility could be a solution to this project. But at this point, we don't know what where the location would be, what the cost of a parking structure would be, and whether that is feasible to produce. So that is something that the district will have to carry for the long term. We have a short-term solution, and this will stay with the district as a partner.
So just on the parking issue, how many staff are on site at any given time from both the Helping Hands and the odd time that food bank is there? What's the anticipated staff?
It would be between 5 and 7 staff at the busiest times. So that would be 5 to 7 parking stalls. The footprint of this site is, the entire footprint is necessary because it's already so constrained that providing a drive-through to the back of the property may create 1 or 2 parking stalls because of the restrictions in terms of turning around radius. But it would probably not be cost-effective to provide parking on site. But there will be needs for parking, for sure. Those needs are already there. The shelter across the street has very limited parking as well, so that situation will continue.
Mayor Heinzman, through you, I just went through part of my list, so I'll summarize some of the others. There was a concern that this is moving fast and the regulatory requirements for the pond haven't been met yet, and this is moving forward in order to leverage funding opportunities at this time, and we are, as staff, making it clear that there still are some requirements before this project moves forward, and one of those is environmental. In terms of the noise impact, there on the schematic and early architectural plans, there is proposed to be some sort of a fence or a screen or such at the back adjacent to the pond, and that might address some of that noise concern, although it wouldn't from units higher up. I wanted to clarify, one person mentioned 12 to 18 units of residential, and I'm not sure if they were referring to the back side of the building, but for clarification, at this point in time, there's actually in the range of 45 being proposed, so about 15 per floor. There was a couple of comments that I might direct to our general manager, Gary Buxton. One was about a downtown parkade and plans for that, and another was that the pond needs to be fixed regardless. I'm not sure whether Gary or Chris would better address that, but I might...
Sure, we'll go to Mr. Wickham or Mr. Buxton. You can rock, paper, scissors.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll speak. The parkade is in our long-term parking strategy. In all likelihood, we're going to get to the point that we need one, but this isn't the proverbial straw that breaks the camel's back with respect to parking. So it is in our long-term plan. We know that we are going to have to deal with this, but this project is not of a sufficient scale that this on its own would create the need for a parking garage at this point in time.
And on the pond, as Elaine mentioned, the DFO approval for the working close to the pond and the tidally influenced area, something that would normally come after zoning and during the detailed design phase. The preliminary review by the proponents QEP indicated that they thought that that would probably not be an issue. As far as the function of the pond and the requirement for forebay, that pond is an important part of our stormwater infrastructure in downtown Squamish, and serves an important function in handling sediment and before it goes out into the estuary. And so we looked at this very seriously, and we hired a stormwater expert and a detention pond expert to review the impact of filling the forebay and creating a new forebay next door. His conclusion was that there would be no appreciable change to the functioning of the pond if we did that, and in fact that we could get away with, as we said at the beginning, a short period, less than a year, where we were functioning without a forebay at all. As far as the Mr. Kavanaugh, I believe, mentioned concerns about an increase in water levels because the pond would be getting smaller. The preliminary calculations was an increase in water level of 1.6 centimeters, which we felt wasn't significant. No, we fully recognize that there are issues with this pond. It's locally known as Stinky Pond for a reason. It isn't functioning the way it needs to today, but that's quite a separate issue to moving the forebay. Whether this project goes ahead or not, whether we move the forebay or we don't move the forebay, we will need to fix the pond. The first step of that, a very important step that's already in the budget for 2018, is installation of the oil water separator, which separates oil and doesn't knock out the major sedimentation, which is the function of the forebay. So they're two separate things. We still need a forebay even when we put in an oil water separator. One doesn't replace the other. And certainly I don't think simply filling the pond will serve the functions that we need as far as treating the stormwater before it goes out into the estuary. In the future, we will need to do further long-term fixes. Staff plan to propose for the 2018 budget detailed study and detailed engineering design for a fix. That's up to the budget process. Whether that's approved, but we would anticipate changes to the outlet of the pond, potentially to the forebay, and potentially other solutions such as aeration or another array of engineering solutions. But as I said, we consider that to be a separate issue to the filling and moving of the forebay.
Thank you. Any questions, Council, on that? Yeah, Council Pryor?
Thank you. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Questions, no comments, please.
You didn't say anything about security. I was hoping
Okay.
you'd give us a question.
Yeah, there's going to be lots more. Just on the pond issue. Are there any questions? No. Okay, we'll go back to Elaine.
Mayor Heinzman, through you, Councillor Pryor did just mention the next topic I was going to mention. So there was a number of questions around the safety and security of the surrounding residential neighborhood and natural environment. And I don't know if Maureen McKell is here today, and she might be able to speak to what security measures are proposed to be in place to address that.
And maybe we'll just go on to the next one, and maybe Helping Hands wants to come and speak to some of the operational side of things. So, any more issues?
I'm sure I'm forgetting some, but I think that was the bigger questions.
There's a question around, a question in one of the letters we received about potentially cutting the trees down. I'm wondering if you could highlight exactly what will remain in terms of vegetation. Is it in the whole green area that vegetation stays?
Mayor Heinzman, through you, because this area is tidally influenced and because there is a desire for a public access trail adjacent to waterways throughout the district, there is going to be some investigation of what sort of public access there could be in that area. But there's no plans for any sort of building development in that area.
So it would remain green, treed, as it is treated. There's no intention to cut down those trees, is there? Other than perhaps putting a pedestrian path.
Yes, that's correct. That is a sensitive area, even though it's not under riparian areas regulation, it still is a marine interface area, so it would have to be protected.
I'm just looking at my notes to see if there's anything you have. There was a question about repurposing the building, and I'm wondering perhaps if BC Housing is still here, they could talk about that if there's an occasion down the road where we've somehow solved homelessness in our community. Does BC Housing repurpose these types of building, or do they see this as a project in perpetuity? I wonder if you could come up and answer that. That's it for now. Does Helping Hands or BC Housing want to come up and speak to those?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Maureen McKenna, Executive Director for Squamish Helping Hands Society. Thank you for hearing us today. I think the question was around safety and security.
Yes, for the neighborhood, and there was also that question of the surrounding environment and, you know, garbage and that, and I'm not sure that you'll be able to respond to that specifically, but.
So generally what we find and what the evidence shows is that when we house people, a lot of the security issues go down. So crime goes down, and we don't have the same issues. So I know I read some of the letters, and you know, people were saying I find people in our doorway, or there's people in the park. Generally that's because people are not housed, and this is about housing and building capacity for this community to meet the need of the people who are here and you know, and are in need of housing. So an example, we went through this process for the Wilson Crescent facility called Home Instead, and there was a lot of trepidation, there was a lot of fear around having us in that neighborhood. And my manager, Rick, said to me today, one of the police officers mentioned to him that crime has gone completely down in that area, and that they're responding less and less to the Wilson Crescent area. So I think just to talk about security in general, having us in the neighborhood and having a facility that is designed to house our folks in the daytime and at night really does speak to the safety and peace of mind in the area. We're designed to, you know, ensure that people have a place to go full-time. We're designed to shelter, feed, you know, provide community, as well as provide purpose. So it's a full-scale, full-flow type of organization and type of a program that we're providing. So I hope people can understand that the location is great in terms of being, you know, where it needs to be. We're already in the hood, and that the way we've designed it, it allows for people to be in the building. For instance, and we spoke about this at the public information, you know, currently we have to have people leave the building at certain times so that we can do our cleaning and repurposing, whereas now we wouldn't have to do that. We welcome people, anyone, into the building, and we also really pay attention to people's behavior. So we're not the organization that says, you know, do whatever. We really do hold people to task and really expect people to raise to the bar that we set for them. So is there another question you want me to answer in terms of garbage?
Yeah, I know there was another question about whether there's any positive precedents for this type of facility, and
the evidence shows, you know, all over where facilities are built in neighborhoods, the neighborhood finds one, you know, the concerns that they had are not realized. That safety is increased. People, you know, are feeling more at ease. And, you know, and I think somebody else spoke to this. This is not just about homeless people or folks. It's about community coming together and it being an integrated facility where we, you know, basically everybody is housed. We have an opportunity here to really get a handle on homelessness in our community. And I think that's what everybody's struggling with. People don't want people in the street, don't want people sleeping in the street, and we're saying that this facility is designed and is purposed for that very issue.
Thank you. Councilor Pryor.
Well,
Yeah, go ahead.
Maureen's up there. You know, and it's on the security one though, I was hoping you were gonna say you'd probably have someone on staff, you know, when you, or share the security guard that's at the library, because I know, you know, because of the problem people in the neighborhood, the library had to get a security guard.
Everybody on our staff is security.
So somebody's there 24/7?
Absolutely. More than one person, 24/7. So yes, that is, I didn't realize that you were talking about within the building. Absolutely, that we're trained to do that. Library staff are not trained to work with folks and deal in that sort of level of things. We work with the library, and yes, a security guard at the library was a real benefit, I think, to them. The fact that people go to the library and that there are issues at the library, it might actually decrease given the fact that people will have homes. Right now, people are homeless, and Rick mentioned, at 375, there is nowhere to live. Even people on PWD who I think average at $943 or $1,000 a month, there is no place to live. There is no affordable unit to live in. They move around town, right? They get on the bus, they stay on the bus, they go from place to place, and even, people who are not disruptive are also, finding places to go. They don't necessarily want to sit in our 950 square foot building all day long, and we don't want that either. We want them to be moving, we want them to be part of community. When we can provide housing, then it's a whole different ballgame. They have a place to be, they have a place to belong, a place that belongs to them, and then, we move through the issues. But yes, everybody on our staff is, in a sense, a form of security. We're the experts in working with folks the participants in our building and in our programs.
One more question. I wonder if you could elaborate a little bit more on the Community Advisory Committee that's suggested. And I believe there was a similar type thing proposed with Homestead.
Absolutely.
So if you could articulate.
So we welcome a Community Advisory Committee because what it does is it means that everybody in the community who we want to live with and want to be a part of can have a say and can sort of alert us to things that are happening. Oftentimes there's an issue and I or one of the management or leadership team will have a talk with people and say, hey, this isn't working. And right away things shift. Because the way we look at it is we understand that we are privileged and that we have, an amazing opportunity here. And we are not going to do anything to jeopardize that opportunity. And our folks know that too, right? They're just like anybody else. Right now, they don't have anywhere to go, and that problem isn't going to go away, and that problem isn't going to move from the downtown core at all, because that's where it exists. So it makes sense for us to be there, and it makes sense for us to invite people together on a community advisory that allows us to sort of look at the issues and work together on those. At Wilson Crescent, at Home Instead, we had an advisory committee. We probably met 2 times before we opened, and if we met once or twice after, and after that, you know, there was no need, there were no issues. I spoke to a police officer the other day who said, I didn't even know this was here. And that's like fully residential. And actually, you know, I think people are pretty glad that we're there.
I have one more question. Now I forgot what it is. It's often perceived that this will entice more people to come to the community and will end up serving a population that isn't necessarily Squamish. And I don't know how real that is or how long-term they stay, so I'm wondering if you, from experience in other places like this, is that the case? Do we see an increase in people gravitating to this facility?
I'll answer that, and I'll also probably suggest that BC Housing addresses it as well. The answer is we're constantly having influx of people right now with 950 square feet, but they're in the parks and the estuary on the river. So it's happening, especially in the summer months. It seems to be the way it goes. I think when we open, it'll be full, and I think that we probably will want to develop a policy, and this is something that will be discussed among the partners, in terms of local and serving our clients first and foremost, or our participants first and foremost. That makes sense to me. I haven't actually explored that, but I'm getting the nod from BC Housing that is done. And so, you know, the idea would be we want to ensure that we're serving our community. This is, and that includes the Sea to Sky corridor. So if there are people from Whistler or Pemberton, we're also going to welcome them. But really, I think that's just a fear. And if it happens, you know, we'll have to deal with it. We certainly are in contact with our sister and sister organizations in the city. It's not going to be, you know, proposed. We don't really have the service space in this community to manage that. You know, Vancouver and outlying areas, downtown Eastside, they really do. And so we often have to send people out of community to get the services they need. We're hoping to have to do that less. There are people we have sent out of community who, if this facility was in existence, they would be here today, and they've lived their whole lives here.
And I want to make sure I get this right. I think in the past you've talked about occasionally people come up from the city, they might stay a few days, but they don't have the services here, and they end up going back to where their community is and where their services are.
Exactly. And, you know, I mean, there's a certain amount of transience that happens, but yeah, eventually people generally go back to their community. I haven't seen a full, although, you know, of course, there are people who move up here, and you know, I can think of one person who at first was mayhem in the community, and, you know, we didn't know what to do with that person, and has turned, you know, went through the Home Instead program, lives independently, is a contributing member of our community now. So, I don't know, you know, you can't really pin it down to anything. But generally, I think we will serve our own community first and foremost.
Thank you. BC Housing, do you mind just a minute? Thank you. And we will have an opportunity for the public to continue in the public hearing. I just wanted to get some of these answers clarified.
Yeah, so I was going to answer the question about the precedent setting. So I'm the Director of Development for the whole Lower Mainland. I build these in multiple communities. That's my job, and I would say that there was one incident that was brought up this evening that was 147 units, and it is in Vancouver, and yes, that is the only one you hear about because it's the only problem. You don't hear about the thousands of other units that have been built across the whole Lower Mainland that don't create those problems. This mix of units with both the supportive and the shelter in one location is what we would recommend, and on the side of more housing as opposed to shelter. So BC Housing's moving away from trying to create these purpose-built shelters. What we're really trying to do is create housing, as we feel that that's the best way. So yes, this is exactly the model that we would recommend. This is the model we are seeing all over the Lower Mainland, and this is that's why this project is particularly interesting to us.
Yeah, I know that you funded other projects in other parts of the town too. So, in terms of, someone asked a question about putting it all in one spot. My understanding is you've got multiple projects throughout the town.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So we're also helped with the Vancouver Coastal Health Support Recovery Facility we bought here in the town. So yeah, and we're working in partnership with the district on other sites. So absolutely. There's a continuum of housing that's needed in every community. This is a piece of your continuum that's missing right now. So you have shelter and you have affordable rental. So we own units and in Riverstones, and we own units at Centerpoint, which is, I understand, just got their occupancy permit today. But those are more of an affordable rental. So this is a little bit of a continuum that you don't have. It's a supportive housing model. So we're sort of filling in the pieces that's sort of necessary here in your community.
Council, any questions for BC Housing at this point? Councilor Clark?
Well, you mentioned repurposing.
Yeah,
Ready?
absolutely. Yeah. So one of the things that we require in these types of projects is that all the suites above are all self-contained. So they all have adequate plumbing and kitchens with them, so that they can be repurposed depending on what your client needs are. So they would stay as rental units, but they could become affordable rental units. They do have kitchens, they do have bathrooms, they're fully self-contained suites, and that aids in the repurposability, and that's again one of our requirements as well. So the ground floor would need a little bit of work to be able to make that, if there wasn't the need for a food bank, and if there wasn't, there's quite a bit of a community kitchen and everything, but all of the suites above are all self-contained.
Councilor Elliott?
One of our community members brought up the idea that as people move through this building, get on their feet, get employment, that they might be able to buy cars. Now, can you talk about the income level of people that are in supportive housing?
So they're typically living in their cars right now, so they have nothing else. So that would be one of the social experiments that we would be looking at. Are the people who are living in cars that might be able to move, are they going to actually sell those cars? It's a significant financial burden to continue to insure something if you don't need it. The people that are living in this are not going to be necessarily, they're not going to be car owners. That's not the intention of this project. I couldn't say the same for Centerpoint. I couldn't say the same for Riverstones, but this project is.
I guess my question is there an income level above which you will ask people to move on because they can afford something more? I'm just wondering if there's and I don't know whether you know that, Marie, but I'm just wondering if we're talking about a continuum. I hear people talk about a flow, and we have other places for people. So I'm just wondering if you make $30,000, can you still live there?
Yeah, so I'm going to ask Maureen to talk about how she's going to be moving on with her programming. Is that okay, Maureen?
Yeah, thanks. So, actually, Naomi, while you're up there, Councillor Pryor had a question for you.
Well, it was similar. I just wanted to know if there was a timeline that people stayed there, and same as Karen.
So in relation to income, the population that we will serve are people who have 0 to maybe $18,000 a year. So that's a rough estimate. And that's a little bit above what PWD would, persons with disability on income assistance would get. Yeah, the idea is this is that gap in the continuum, as we've talked about in other committees, and there just is nowhere filling that particular spot on the continuum. So in answer to that question, does that answer the question? And will we? Yes. As people move along, the way it goes in reality is that when you're on a mat on the floor, eventually that just doesn't work, right? You can't. So we want to be able to graduate people up. For now, in this facility, the emergency shelter will no longer be mats on the floor, but actual beds. But then we want to make it so that they want to go to the next level. And the next level might be either just a low barrier bed or a program bed. I'm going to just use those two. incidences or examples. And the idea then is as you move through that and you start to get a little bit, you get a little more settled, then you can start to manage some of your other issues, some of the things that are, some of the barriers that you're experiencing, and then, you know, possibly, you know, get fed into the whole employment and training aspect that Cutting Barriers will provide, and or the social enterprise of the laundromat, and then you naturally want to go further. You don't want to stay unless your capacity is there, and so that's a whole other issue. If you only have the capacity to go as far as a certain level. But the idea is people actually move, improve, get clean, and start to go, I want something for my life. And then the next move is finding housing outside of the building. And as we are talking about this, I know that other projects are coming down the line where we are starting to try and bring to the community affordable housing. And that's the idea, is that you move through this when you're able and when you're on your feet and have the capacity to live fully independently. But there are some people in our community who can't live fully independently, and that's why we're there, to be sure that they have that connection and that check-in and that ability to live safely, and give them as much independence as possible.
Thank you. Does that not answer your question?
Well, it was another question that hasn't been answered.
Oh, okay.
And we were talking about parking, and Eric Anderson came up and talked about the need, and that parking, you know, the district's plan to build a parking garage. And I guess on my estimate on this would be that this building would require 50 parking stalls. Would this building pay in lieu for money to go toward those?
That's not a Maureen question, that's a housing question.
Well, I'm just,
it's
you know,
a-
I mean, because you know we're gonna need a parking garage, and we're not collecting from anybody. No answer to that?
Well,
We can
Oh,
provide you
I was
an answer.
asking the planner, really.
Go ahead.
If I may, through you,
Thank you,
Mayor. To date, the discussions have been that the district is a partner in this project and is bringing land. BC Housing is bringing the building. And the district is going to, in the short term, look for solutions for the parking problem as well as in the long term. So parking has not been discussed at this point as something that would be attributed to this project.
Councilor Black and Wolf, any questions?
Yeah, so for staff, would it be fair to say then that if this project goes ahead and the existing shelter is demolished and it creates 22 new parking spots, then would it be fair to say that that's actually an improvement in off-street parking in this particular part of downtown? And further to that, would it be realistic to think that perhaps the district as a landowner, if something else was done with the old shelter land at a certain point, might be in a position to negotiate with a future developer to include parking spaces for the use of the district?
Those are all theoretical yeses, I suspect.
Yes, those are all options. One of the issues is that we don't yet have a plan for repurposing that existing shelter. But we know that there is room on that property, even if the shelter stays there as the building, to provide additional parking.
Okay, why don't I go back to the public to see if anyone else would like to speak at this public hearing? Thank you very much. Yeah, come on up, state your name and street address, and if you represent yourself, a business or an organization.
Angie Kavanaugh from 1212 Main Street. I represent myself. Just a question. The setback on this project is extremely minimal, and I just wonder if a developer was approaching the district with no parking available and very minimal setback, would it be approved?
Yeah, maybe speak to setbacks in relation to the Artisan or some other buildings in that area. Residential.
Mayor Heinzman, through you, a lot of the surrounding neighborhood is zoned C4, our downtown commercial, which allows mixed commercial and residential, and those generally have 0 lot line setbacks. I don't know specifically what the Artisan or Aqua setbacks are. I can find that out if that's important.
If I may add to this, usually when there is no laneway, it's in a C4 zone, the setbacks are extremely minimal. And also worthy, I think, of mention that this isn't a developer. This is a partnership between district and nonprofit organization. So that's why a bit of a different standard is being suggested here to maximize the site for community needs.
And can you just remind us what the setbacks are, just so we have them in our mind? And as you said, commercial C4, 0 setbacks often. This one has some setbacks. I just can't remember the exact number. And I'm sure it's in the report, but it's easier for you to look up from.
Mayor Heinzman, through you, it's on the screen. So it's 1 meter off of the 3rd Avenue property line, 0.7 meters off Main Street property line, 0.38 meters on the interior side setback.
To the lot to the south.
Right, which is zoned light industrial, and that has a 3 meter setback.
At its current zone.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I have one. Sure, I'm going to actually just quickly, come back to you, but I'll just see if anyone else, just because we just went to you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak this public hearing? Please come up, state your name and street address, and if you represent yourself, a business, or an organization.
My name is Walter Mokrzycki, and I live at 1261, Unit 4.
Main Street?
Main Street. I wonder if this project go ahead, and 5 years from now, community would find that safety is a huge issue. And I do know that some other places, they come up with a petition to move, to relocate. And I wonder what kind of risk is involved. Is it worth to spend $20 million and later on find out that it's overwhelming, it's too much issue for people living around.
We'll bank that question, if that's all right, staff. We'll get back to it. I'll just ask again, is there anyone else who would like to speak at this public hearing? Yeah, come on and state your name and street address, and if you represent yourself, a business or an organization.
My name is Jamie Anthony. I live at 1233 Main Street. I just want to state, in regards to the setbacks, that all those buildings do have ample parking. They have underground lots. So setback aside, they all already do have parking. And again, to mention the new lots, the new townhouses that are going to be built directly across the street, which will also increase the parking in the area. And I also feel that for them to say that there's going to be 5 employees on staff, but they're also saying that they're going to have every facility available, plus a laundromat, plus a cafe. I'm sorry, but 5 to 7 employees, I don't think that's feasible. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak this public hearing? We'll go at the back there, and then we'll come over here. Yeah, come on up, state your name and street address, and if you represent yourself, a business or an organization.
Hello again, Mayor and Council. Phil DeBrule, I'm at 1204 Main Street. I just found it rather interesting now that I've heard the whole gambit of their residents and their concerns, and it's just had me pause and reason for more comment. With regards to the parking, I've not heard anything around commercial parking. There's no dedicated lane, of course, in this project, and considering there's going to be restaurant, laundry, commercial liabilities, various sort, that would implicate a lot of commercial parking in terms of there being deliveries on a large scale, deliveries of laundry, a lot of people coming in and out. So, yeah, I'm surprised that hasn't come out in any way, shape, or form from what I've heard so far. That would be cause for concern. Further to that, I fully appreciate this project. I think that it's a needed project. I would echo what others have said in terms of its feasibility for this particular site. In terms of safety, I mean, I've had several negative interactions with patrons of the shelter as it stands. It's not to say I felt physically harmed, but there has been lewd comments, and my daughter was present for one of them, and it does resonate. Looking at the safety issue and the scope of this project and raising the level of the housing, the thought would be that there would be more than likely scenarios for this type of thing, and I fully appreciate where the applicant speaks to the behavior and being able to regulate the behavior of people on site. And I believe that that can be achieved. I don't believe that there's going to be any regulation on the exterior and once they leave the site. And that's where a lot of these interactions and loitering occur. And there is a concern around that. And I would probably echo the sentiment from one of the speakers in terms of my daughter walking to school, which she has to. And I don't know how comfortable I am with that, raising the scope of the project to allow, and like it or not, speaking to the continuum portion, it's a great concept, but the beginning of that continuum is a rough part of the continuum. People are going to go off-site. These are small suites. If you look at the floor plans, they are studios, essentially, is how I read it from the information meeting the other day. So the fact is, remaining indoors is a small component of the grand scheme of things, and there is going to be an impact with respect to people coming to the facility and those that don't work out. So people that are in are going to have visitors, and it's going to draw an element to the area, especially at the beginning of the continuum where people still are on alcohol, drugs, and whatever it is they're going to need. They're still going to have people coming to the facility, and people aren't going the other side of town to buy these things. They're coming right in front of our areas. There doesn't seem to be a buffer. This doesn't seem to be a project that allows, it's an immediate impact from the inside, which is a regulated, good concept, to the exterior. And with regards to the other facility that's being mentioned quite frequently, the Homestead project, I believe it's called?
Homestead, yeah.
Homestead. We're talking a completely different scope. I believe that's, I don't know the numbers, but marginally different in scope. And with regards to the fact-checking portion of there being safety and conversations with officers and things of that nature, I would hope that there's some very clear analytical, statistical information based on what is being mentioned in terms of improving the safety of an area based on a project of this nature and of this scope. This doesn't feel like a good mix when you look at the parking, you look at the environment, you look at the safety. These are all massive considerations that are impacting a predominantly residential area. And again, I think that the project is a great project. Most people would echo that. It's a need, but looking at the checks and balances of an accountability on both these sides, it would seem to be a problematic issue, leaning more to the problematic issue than the benefit. I'm not in the business of social housing, and I suspect that there's, of course, that end of things, and I can respect that, but I would hope that there's some real hard look at this fast-moving project.
Thank you. I can come back to you if you have something more.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, on forward. State your name, street address, and if you represent yourself, a business, or an organization.
I'm Julie Ferris, and I live on 50 Main, and I'm representing my family and my husband. I just was listening to everyone speak and talk, and I do feel that affordable housing is obviously a problem in Squamish. I know people that would like affordable housing. I don't know if the all-in-one is maybe a good option. I know that Wilson Crescent has had success. I don't know, if it would be really interesting to know how many beds they have, and have they been all full? Like, has Wilson Crescent been all full? Because if they're moving people from there and it hasn't been full, then is this really a project that is going to fill up, or is it just going to be like a nightly shelter? And what they're kind of say is they want it kind of to be more long-term, and Wilson Crescent is kind of long-term. So it would be really nice for everyone to get the statistics on the Wilson Crescent property and seeing how full it's been and how maybe it hasn't been full, if they have like 5 beds and only 3 are full, like most of the time. And then location, like it would really be nice to hear like what stats they got for the location, like who did this study, who thought that this would be the best place for it, kind of, and then did that person like talk to the community around it? Did they talk to the library? Did they talk to Municipal Hall? Obviously you guys Municipal Hall, but did they talk to Municipal Hall? Did they talk to people, that have the daycare right next door? Did they go around like to people's houses and ask them, say, oh, would this be a really good project, and the services, and like the library again, I'm reinforcing that library because like we used to go there and we couldn't even walk in the door because it smelled so much, and people were drinking like booze at the front, and they had to get a security guard, and now it's a lot better, but they're even having difficulties. My husband went there the other day, and like people were like yelling at them and like screaming. He's like, okay, really, we have to go, like let's leave right now, kind of thing. So that's my other concern is like, have they done studies? Have they talked to the people around the community? And like the other guy said, it is going pretty fast. And the parking, long-term parking, like 45 units is a lot for no parking. And down the road, are they going to lift it up? Like maybe they should have, maybe not a cafe and a laundromat. Maybe they need to put parking down there instead and have more housing, or, kind of work around other, like if it's such a small space, maybe they move it somewhere else so they have a bigger space so they can get all of these things in. And an environmental one, which I didn't bring up before, environmentally, it sounds like there's some environmental concerns about the proposed area. And safety again, well, safety is always a big one because how do we know that it's going to be safe? And that's everything. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Was answered? Okay, great. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Yeah, come on up and state your name and street address, and if you represent yourself, a business or an organization.
Thank you. Oliver Walker, 1261 Main Street. I represent myself. I just had some comments and questions. I wondered about who's responsible for the maintenance and ongoing commitment to ensuring the building. Sorry, I'm not checking text.
It's okay. Yeah. We don't have a text fine system in the room. So don't worry.
Who's responsible for the maintenance and ongoing commitment to ensuring the building and its interiors are kept in a good condition and so it doesn't become an eyesore, and whether that's been budgeted for? I had a question, just a comment about the pond and the noise. I live literally opposite the pond there, and it does carry noise quite badly. And the plans, even though they're very early days, they have the social sort of outdoor patio area towards the back of the building, and so I could imagine that the noise would carry across, and I'm not sure if residents would be able to access that all hours of the day or not, but that's certainly something that is, for me, a pause for thought, and I don't know how feasible it would be to have an impact on that before the project gets to go ahead or whatever the next steps are. Sort of following on from that, I wondered about how the project and the design of the building will minimize the antisocial behavior, smoking, drinking and drugs, smoking and drinking, and ensure that doesn't spill out into the community. I know the existing shelter has a smoking area out the back, and I'm wondering whether residents are going to be able to smoke and drink in that building, or whether to smoke they're going to be spilling out onto Main Street or Third and that sort of thing. So I just had if we can get some clarification there. And then just more generally, the under the one roof concept seems to be, if I get it right, providing a myriad of services for these residents, and as well as housing. And so I just wonder whether the project itself, whether there are opportunities to provide greater community sort of integration beyond just putting a building in the community, whether the building itself can facilitate community integration, so rather than the building becoming a stigmatized sort of, or having a stigma attached to it. And I don't know that necessarily, obviously all of the services are needed, but is there ways to bring community into the building and of the building, and maybe that can be addressed or answered. And again, I have reservations about parking too. I appreciate that the residents may not need parking, but if there's food bank and services here, then there is going to be an increased flow from what there is currently. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, oh, you're, there you are. Come on up. Good evening, Mr. Rand. And I'm just giving maybe Naomi a heads up on building condition and how BC Housing maintains their buildings. Yeah.
Hi, once again, I'm Amy Reed, and I just wanted to answer some of the questions that I've heard sitting out in the lobby and just clarify a couple of things to simplify them. Somebody mentioned 5 or 6 members of staff, and I wanted to be clear that that was just Helping Hand staff. That's not the staff for the entire building. So there, we are looking at a bigger model than that. And as far as more pinpointing what the security looks like, because I hear a lot of people talking about that. When looking at the design of this building and how we wanted it to work, some of the things that we kept in mind are vantage points, where staff is positioned throughout the building, whether there's staff lounges on each floor, whether they do room checks on an hour-by-hour basis. So there's real concrete plans in place to make sure that this area is secure. And as long as people have a home to go to, they will prefer that over getting drunk and getting kicked out of the library. The library has been a really great partner with us. We work with them very, very closely. Hillary is a great supporter of Squamish Helping Hands, and on several occasions we've gone over and trained the security staff on security at the library. So as Maureen mentioned, this is our business. This is something we know how to do well. We know how to communicate with people in a way that diffuses tensions, that diffuses anger, and treats people with respect. And we've also seen through Homestead, which I wanted to talk about because somebody brought that up. They were asking about the actual stats of that building and what it's provided. We have had anywhere from as little as 2 members in that house at a time to as many as up to 12 to 14, depending on if we're running our emergency shelter out of there. So it does fluctuate, but we have seen a definite and marked improvement on the people who have been able to have a home and have a secure place and then engage in some of our programming. So this is the employment opportunities. We have partnerships with Target Homes. We have partnerships with the Pie Company. We have partnerships with a number of different organizations that support our members of the community who are looking for a leg up. Once they're in a home as well, we've been able to mental health comes in. So, Vancouver Coastal Health is in partnership with us. So they come in. They're then able to address underlying issues of mental health and concerns, medication, counseling, whatever the need may be. And what we've seen out of that is a really successful model of transitioning people into independent housing, which is ultimately what we want. We want to take people in, we want to keep them safe, we want to keep our community safe and respected and clean. A lot of the garbage that you're seeing out in the community is residue from campsites. And nobody wants to see forest fires and dirty tents and sleeping bags out there, and this is an answer to that. That's exactly what we're looking to address for our community. And then once they can move through the program and they're in a place where they're given a purpose, the studies have shown over and over and over again, and this is why huge organizations like BC Housing are supporting this type of model, is because it's got a proven track record of being the best result for this segment of our population. And the best way to be able to move people out of addiction and out of mental health and out of extreme poverty is by first giving them a home and then allowing them to have the services and the wraparound services that they need in order to be able to move forward and become productive members of our society. So all of this is taken into account. We do not want a place that's a danger to our community. And as Ria mentioned, and I really want to drive this home as well, is if there are people in your community that you're concerned about, if there are things that happen even after this building is up that you're worried about, we will send our people out to you to support in that place, to bring people back into us and away from your front door or the playground or wherever it is that you're worried about. A number of times we've gone over to the library and help security move people out in a way that's respectful and in a way that doesn't impact the other members that are that are using those services. So please call on us and ask us for our help, because we want to give it. We want to be a member of this community that is respectful to everybody. Thank you.
Very much. Yep, state your name and street address. At this point, if you're someone who's been up multiple times and there's no new information, I may cut you off, but if you're still providing some new comments or new questions, please feel free.
Yes, I do have new information.
Great, thank you.
It's brought up through things that people have addressed tonight and some of the answers from those in the facilities. One person mentioned that they may be full at opening. So to me, that brings up the whole issue that somebody had questioned earlier, was the repurposing of buildings long term. So nobody's saying that the issues that this building is going to address are going to go away. But maybe if we're already at capacity when we open, we're going to outgrow it. And then the building will need to be repurposed as the community grows and as the needs continue to grow, and the population grows here. So if that were the case in 10 years from now, and they turn those apartments, those 45 units into something else that are other units, whether they're low income or not, they need parking spaces. And so we're kind of going around and around here, but it's something that it would be a real possibility if they're going to be potentially full at open and our population is continuing to grow. It only makes sense that eventually, even if it's not 10 years, maybe it's 20 years, something's going to happen and they're going to need more space. So just saying. The other thing is someone had mentioned that a lot of these people may have cars that are going to be using this place or moving in. So the thing, and they said it would be a social experiment to see if they sell their cars. Well, the social experiment, then, that's us here who live in this neighborhood that are a part of that experiment now, because we're waiting to see if those amount of cars end up actually not needing parking, or are they going to stick around. So I'm just saying that if it's going to be full and maybe several of those people who already live in their cars are bringing their cars with them, again, parking. The other thing was they did a great job of bringing up security in the building, but I think most of the people who've been talking tonight about their concerns with security aren't talking about in the building. They're talking about in the neighborhood, outside, when you're walking down the street, because those are where we're already having issues with the current location of the Helping Hands Society. I just wanted to bring up, even though the staff are all trained and I'm sure excellent, I worked in a large healthcare organization for 10 years, and one thing you'll notice at hospitals, even though the hospital staff are trained in nonviolent crisis intervention and in de-escalation techniques, they still have security guards on site. So just because their staff are trained doesn't necessarily mean you'll never be at a point where you need a security guard. There are the program that's national benchmark that's used for training in these de-escalation techniques is also used with training police officers as well, so that they know how to de-escalate. And in part of the training, it even goes to the point of takedown, because there are times in which you need to actually physically take someone down in order to de-escalate. And so there is a need for security guards, even if it may not always be the case. There are instances in which it is a need, and I think specifically outside of the building where we're more concerned, could we have a security guard stationed outside like they do at the library? Because what's helped there is them walking back and forth, no one's loitering there now. So that's kind of more, I think, what the question is that everyone's been bringing up. And lastly, I'd just like to say that this plan, I don't think that anyone who has issues tonight who's spoken up is against this facility. I think it's great, and that it'll serve huge need in our community. The issues that most of us have is the location. And I think that just because the district owns this land and can donate it, doesn't mean that's the right place for it. And just because we're coming to a window of funding and the district has land and these people will pay, doesn't mean that's the right place for it. And I think that's a short-sighted plan, because if there's no space on the lot for parking and it's already going to be at capacity potentially when it opens, then what are we doing? It's just putting a Band-Aid on a problem. And while those services are great and will be needed, it doesn't mean that it's a long-term solution. So how much money do we want to put into something that's only going to hold the finger in the wall for a little while before it all breaks through? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will ask again if there's anyone who'd like to speak at this public hearing. Yeah, I'm wondering if BC Housing could come up and maybe speak to how they maintain their buildings, funding they've put into ensuring our building is well maintained.
Right, so we will have an operator agreement with Squamish Helping Hands Society, and within that it documents what's their responsibility as the operator and then what our responsibility is as the owner of the building. And so Squamish Helping Hands operating budget includes an ongoing daily maintenance. That's what we look at it for, to make sure it includes that. It includes a replacement reserve, so any of the suite transfers, people moving in and out, that's done. Major capital improvements to the building will be covered by BC Housing, and that's documented in it. So that's their responsibility is the daily maintenance, and we ensure that their operating budget accounts for that and allows for that, but we will do the major repairs.
Thank you. I'm wondering if staff, were there any additional questions that needed clarification at this point?
Maybe just one clarification that I could provide is loading was brought up as an issue, and as Elaine outlined in the presentation, there is one loading space provided in the proposal. What happens in the future of the building was also asked at the beginning of the second round of questions. And the district will be a partner in this project and will enter into a long-term agreement with BC Housing on the building side. So any decisions on the future of the building would also involve the district.
Thank you. I saw a hand over here. Come on up. State your name and street address, and if you represent yourself, a business or an organization.
My name is Walter Mokrzycki. I live 12. I'm not a good speaker.
I think we already have you down, so I think we know. Thanks.
So what I want to say is I would like to thank everybody that is involved in that project. Yes, we need it. It's obvious. The whole lower mainland needs it. I live in Squamish, very close to similar project. And during the night, that area transformed. If you go there, when I went there during the night, it was scary, very scary. The cars were broken in constantly. There was few stabbings, deadly stabbings. One of the reasons I moved from that area to a small town is for the security reasons. Now it seems like I'm going to be next door to the same problem. I know we need it, but is it worth to risk? And like I said before, 5 years from now or 10 years from now, we find that it's unsafe, and we're going to have a big petition with everybody's going to sign, and they're going to have to move this somewhere else. Maybe from the beginning, try to look at a better location that is good for everybody. I don't want to be another guinea pig and be stuck. That's all I want to say.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak at this public hearing? I will ask for a second time. Is there anyone else who would like to speak at this public hearing? I'll ask for a third time. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing? Councilor Pryor?
Well, I was just curious about the financing and the money. Is there a timeline on the money for this? BC Housing? Is this something, I mean?
You want BC Housing to speak to the financing?
Yes. Thank you.
So it's
you have to come up to the microphone. Thank you very much.
So the money that we have allocated in our current budget right now it's a capital contribution. It's 100% grant-based, so it's an equity-based project, so we own the building for that money. So there wouldn't be there is no mortgage, there's no that sort of thing, so there is no financing in that sense. It is on a list, on a list, and I've fought for it and defended it on that list. We just got our minister today. I don't know what new provincial direction is. I don't want to speculate on that. I know that there is a big, long list of projects that have need. So one of the reasons why this was a project did rise to the top was that it was a supportive municipal site that was brought forward to us and a reputable provider in town. So the reason why this one popped to the top is because it was ready to go.
Thank you. I will ask again, for a first time, is there anyone who wishes to make further representations at the public hearing? I will call 3 times, so put your hand up if you want to speak. I'll ask for a second time, is there anyone who wishes to make further representations? And I will ask for a third time, is there anyone who wishes to make further representations? There being no further speakers, staff were satisfied that the questions were answered to the best of our ability?
Yes.
Thank you. There being no further submissions, I will now declare the public hearing closed. As of this point, council members are not permitted to receive further submissions or hear either proponent or opponent to the application. And any and all communication must be channeled to staff. Council may choose to consider a third reading of the bylaw today. They may choose to deliberate further, but that is yet to be determined. Thank you, everyone. It's really helpful when the community comes out and speaks to the issue. Next up, we do have consideration of third reading of 37871 3rd Avenue. Should council wish to consider it, or should council wish to deliberate further and consider it next week? Councillor Pryor?
Well, I would like a little bit more deliberation to consider it next week.
Okay. Councillor Blackman-Wolf?
I'd like to move third reading.
Councillor Blackman-Wolf moves third reading, seconded by Councillor Chappelle. You can articulate your reasoning.
Oops.
That was a
Well,
big
there was,
mistake.
security was a big thing, and I don't think that was fully addressed. And I know parking was a big thing, and I know since we're partners on the parking, and this goes through, we're basically saying we're going to supply 50 parking stalls for this development. The district will supply 50 parking stalls somewhere else in a parkade for this development. We're going through parking right now on every development that we are bringing forward as a parking problem. So anyway, so we decide that we're going to go 50 parking stalls on this development. And the numbers that I'm hearing is 30,000 a parking stall. That's $1.5 million. I just wanted us to, as a council, understand some of this stuff a little better, or maybe myself, I can't speak for council. So it's the security and the parking. Also, someone asked about how we chose this land, and I know that, but I didn't hear the answer go out there. But anyway, so I would have liked to talk to it about it one more time before we.
Yeah, just so people understand, once the public hearing is closed, we can't talk about it. Council can have an internal deliberation, but we actually can't receive new information and we can't deliberate on it, except if we have a motion in front of council, which we do currently. Councillor Blackman.
So I'm to speak in favor of this this motion and this project. I think that it's a very, very important project for our community in terms of closing the gap in the housing continuum. And as chair of the Housing Task Force, when we discussed with the stakeholders, this was one of the things that came up most frequently. And that is a real barrier to people being able to escape the trap of addiction and poverty and homelessness in our communities. So I think that it's never easy when there is a big change in the neighborhood. However, I think that we can be reassured by the fact that this operator has been in business doing this type of work for many years now. I also think that there is definitely responsibility in terms of the operator, in terms of what happens on their premises. However, we also need to understand that regardless of socioeconomic status in our community, there is a right to people to be in public space in our community. And we may not always feel comfortable, and definitely there are situations where if your personal safety is threatened or if there's illegal activity going on, whether it be being intoxicated in public or loitering in a park past the opening hours, residents definitely have recourse to call the RCMP immediately. And that's their role as the police department for our community to make sure that people are respecting the laws. But the laws are very clear that people do have access, regardless of socioeconomic status, to our public spaces. And so I would not hold that up as something that the operator is solely responsible. I think we're responsible as a community for that. So this project is also very interesting because of the fact that it is a social enterprise. And I think that actually is one of the ways in which the barriers between the community can start to be broken down, because people can be, if I understand correctly, you can be a paying customer and go in there and have food. And I've been to a similar operation in another community, and I think some conversations happen in these kinds of establishments that really break down some barriers for people. And then it also gives an active street presence to the surrounding neighborhood, so it will be viable as a commercial enterprise. So I know that this project has been in the works for a long time, and that the applicants have taken some measures in terms of reducing the height to deal with some of the concerns. So I'm satisfied that this project is meeting that need.
Thank you. I'm going to have trouble speaking to this. Councillor Blackenwolf took a lot of words out of my mouth. I came from this demographic when I was 15. I was a homeless person, and had I not had shelter, I would have, my path in life would have been very much different. I was given transitional housing, and because I had an address and a place to live, I didn't end up as a prostitute. I managed meaningful employment. I didn't have a car, and I didn't worry about parking. And to tell you, parking was the least of my concerns. I really, projects like this they don't come very often, where you have a supporting funder, where you have land that's given by a municipality, where it's in an area that's walkable to employment. We still lack transit and a lot of other things, but it is incredibly important to give people a meaningful existence and a place to live. And I can't tell you, as a researcher now and a healthcare provider that knows that healthcare is the reason why people end up in these situations, that these projects are incredibly important to the community. And this is a small project. This isn't a big project. You can look at projects if you want to look at demographics and how it changes lives. Look in the city where they built right in Falls Creek, incredible, like an enormous tower next to $1 million condos, and everybody gets along fine. It's actually improved the safety of the community. Why it ends up in places that are downtown, because it's walkable and accessible to services to people that don't have cars. And I know there are going to be security issues that will need addressing. There's going to be parking issues that need to be addressing for everybody in the entire community. And this project isn't going to cause the problems that our community are seeing with parking. And really, again, Councilor Buckenwolf said across the street, we can add parking for this project. Without getting really emotional, and pass it along, but I definitely support this project.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Race, and of course we'll let every councilor have an opportunity to speak.
Thank you. I guess probably the thing that we're all in agreement on that I heard was the need for a facility like this. We presently have a gap in our community in what's called the continuum of housing, right from the mat on the floor to something where people are more self-sustaining. And so there seemed to be almost consensus on that point. The concern seemed to be with the location. This will replace an existing use, not as good, but an existing use, which is basically just across the street. So it is not a new use to that area. And it did raise, it is actually, and represents, as one speaker very well put it, humans helping humans, and something our community should do. But there are concerns about the location, and those are expressed by several people. Parking was one of them. I guess I sometimes have difficulty with parking issues in the community. Certainly there are parking challenges downtown generally, especially in our commercial areas where people come in during the day to work, to shop, to visit, to attend different offices and so forth. This is substantially a residential neighborhood, and you wonder where all the parking comes from. Because of course all those residences have on-site parking in their garages, unless they're not using them, in which case I don't really have any sympathy. So I think here there is parking available on the street adjacent to the building. There's parking available kitty corner in the library parking lot, and there's the possibility of a short-term parking solution by demolishing the existing building. And we don't have a specific plan for that. But that's something that certainly could be considered. In long term, the downtown parking generally is going to have to be dealt with in some fashion, and parkade is one of the likely possibilities. There were environmental issues raised. From my perspective, this project will likely improve some of the environmental issues related to that pond, which will spur us on to actually put in that oil separator, upgrade the sediment control. It's not going to cure the pond issues, but it certainly is not going to make them worse. And keeping in mind it's a relatively small part of that pond that is going to be filled in. It's just actually just the very tip of it. It's a substantially larger pond. Part of our stormwater management system, as our Director of Engineering stated. We need that pond in some form or another. There are security and safety issues raised. These are, unfortunately, in one form or another, to some extent or another, issues throughout the downtown area. This is not the only area where homeless people camp or congregate. They're all over the place. There's illegal camping and so forth. I'm satisfied as far as I can be without actually being able to see into the future. This will likely improve the security and some of these issues in this area. It will put people in beds at night instead of being out in the street. That has to be a benefit. And we're talking about a manager who has a very good track record for dealing with things like this in other parts of the community and in this part of the community. You're not going to solve all the problems. Don't kid yourself, and there will still be some there. But there are solutions, as other people mentioned. This project, as somebody else pointed out, is primarily a residential project in a residential area, and we are faced with a land use decision. And I think that's what we should focus on. It's a different form of residence. It's people living where people are intended to live. So I expect that this will be a significant benefit to our community, so I'm happy to support this resolution.
Thank you. I really thank everyone for coming tonight and expressing their views, and certainly I heard the proponents say earlier that it's important to hear the concerns of the community because their design's not finished yet. It's at a very preliminary stage, and there's still an opportunity to hear what the community has said tonight and think about those kinds of issues as they complete their design. I think for me, as a council member, we've already discussed the pond at council earlier. We know it's an issue. We know we have to fix it, and it's starting to appear in the budget, as Mr. Wiggum said. We know parking is an issue, and it's much bigger than this project per se. I mean, we have a parking strategy, we have an action plan, and we're moving forward on that. And so we know that is our responsibility, and certainly as a partner, to work with the proponent here to find the short-term solutions that work for the neighborhood. And security was the other one, and I heard a proponent, several of the staff people, you know, one of them gave their email address. So I see an operator who wants the community to be in touch with them and to work with the community. And certainly the idea of a community advisory committee, however long it's needed, I think is an important part of this proposal. I think that those concerns can be managed. I know that Housing First is a strategy that's working across Canada. There is now evidence to show that providing people a home is the first step in getting people back on track. Put a roof over their head. One of our speakers talked about destigmatizing this building, making it a community hub, and I see that effort being made here to create a space for our community, not just for our community members with barriers, but providing places for us to go, places for us to meet, and to have, you know, integration rather than separation. So I think that's a plus. And I see a tremendous number of partners, which I think is the first time that we will see them all under one roof, providing wraparound services for people in our community that really, really need them. And I think that will put Squamish on the map. I think that model of care and support will stand out, not only in our province, but probably across the country. So I will speak in support of this change.
Thank you, Councillor Kent.
Well, with the detailed eloquence of all my fellow councillors here, there really left with nothing else to say other than I do support this project, and I thank you all for your comments. It will give us food for thought as we move forward with the project. I think it's something that this community very much needs.
Councillor Carr?
Thank you. You know, me wanting to speak about this was not a voice of not support. You know, and I really feel for people that need their housing, and I'd like to see this go forward. What I did see is an opportunity to strengthen our issues, security, because you know we have problems at the library and the district hired a security guard. So if we're gonna have to do that, I'd like to know that now rather than later. And on the parking, we are already talking about parking and talking about building a parking garage. But just like us as a council to understand how much that's all gonna cost, and perhaps we might have got some money from BC Housing for that. And in adopting this tonight, we're adopting what's in front of us. So an opportunity to get a little bit of money to go toward parking might not be there after this evening. That's all. And I do support it. When we did chose the location, it was, like Susan said, an opportunity came up. We searched what property we had, and this was the one that popped up. Somebody did ask, how did we come up with this piece of land? That's how it came up. An opportunity came and we struck, so here we are. And anyway, I would have liked to have the security thing cleared up so that we really knew where we're moving on that for the people that feel insecure walking by there sometimes. So now we'll have to deal with it when it's a problem.
Thank you, everybody. I'll speak to this as well. With regard to the piece of land, it's interesting. The city acquired this piece of land in the development agreement that actually created Kakwa, Sky, and that whole development. It was originally proposed as a community mandate contribution for affordable housing. That piece of land was actually given to the district as affordable housing. The pond ended up being redesigned and essentially made the lot that is subdivided into a whole bunch of different lots, but that elongated piece. It was actually community mandate contribution for affordable housing. So for me, when the opportunity to come forward with this type of thing, to consider this type of thing, I thought that's what the land was intended for. And we have this quite comprehensive and I think quite groundbreaking proposal in front of us. When I speak and when I go to communities around the province, Squamish is the envy that we actually seem to be able to have these community partners that come up with these solutions in our town. We've had conversations with, I've talked to people from Maple Ridge, and you look at a community that has been avoiding and obfuscating and a whole bunch of, I don't want to maybe point a finger too much, but they have tremendous problems down there. And this is a solution to those problems. I really do believe we're all in this together. Helping Hands, the people involved in that project, the district, our police, our library, our intention is that we alleviate these problems. And we're all part of the solution to help alleviate these problems. If we need to operationally talk with BC Housing about how do we make sure we're ensuring the best possible safety for in and around the facility, let alone in the public spaces, well, that's our responsibility to do. And it's an existing challenge that we already have today. I actually believe that this will help minimize those challenges, and I really want us to be able to quantify through data, through incident reports, the actual impact of this to make sure this is actually solving the problems that it's intended to solve. And we'll take that approach. We're going to, this moves forward, we're going to be making sure that in a year from now, and 2 years from now, and 5 years from now, we're actually proceeding and progressing. It's interesting that if this building were to be repurposed because there wasn't a need for this facility, and we might have to find parking, what a great problem to have. If we actually figure out some sort of formula to help obliterate homelessness in our community, that is an expense and an achievement that we should all be proud of as a community. Not council, not Helping Hands, but everyone should be proud of. And if that's the problem at the end of the day, that this gets repurposed for just plain old affordable housing, that's a success story that we should celebrate. The interesting thing about parking is, and I'm going a little off track, but it's one of my favorite topics these days, is that as cars become automated, electrified, there's anticipated an 11 times reduction in parking need in the next 15 to 20 years as we completely transform our transportation system. And that's what's already happening today. So even if we did build parking in this facility, or a parking facility near this to house staff and residents, if that's the case, likely we're going to have to repurpose that building in 15, 20 years anyway. Sorry, a little off topic. It's an interesting topic though. Fundamentally, we know we have to clean the stinky pond. It was badly designed to begin with. This is actually sort of ramping up some of the corrections that were ignored for far too long with regard to the oil water separator, and actually making that facility as it was intended to. It was badly designed when the developer put it in with the district. We need to fix that problem, and I think this is sort of actually ramping it up to make sure we get it done sooner rather than later. I'm just looking at my notes here. I think council has addressed most of the other issues that I have here. But I think fundamentally, above all, Housing First model has proven success around North America. And I know many councillors here have been to conferences and gone to Housing First sessions and seen actual real-time projects that have actually contributed to solving homelessness and poverty in communities. This is our opportunity to do this. The location is never perfect. Every single neighborhood this would be proposed in would be challenged by it. But fundamentally, we don't have a lot of land downtown as a district, but fundamentally, this is actually quite an ideal location. And I know that Helping Hands has for 5 or 6 years been looking for a location to put this. And as Naima from BC Housing said, this one percolated to the top because the municipality came forward and said, we're willing to consider this land that we own, that is purposefully given to the community for affordable housing. And that's why we percolated to the top, and that's why I think this community is showing some leadership on this issue. So with that said, I would like to call the question for council. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. I do appreciate everyone's comments. I think we want to work with the community, with the partners to make this the best possible situation and improve it into the future. We'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. We are back in our regular business meeting of the Regular business meeting of July 18th, and we are on item 7.2, District of Squamish zoning bylaw number 2200, 2011, amendment bylaw 41601 Brennan Road, number 237625. We've had a public hearing on this issue. Council's had a week to deliberate. We had some last minute letters, and it is now in front of council to consider the reading, and there are a number of conditions prior to adoption. I'm looking for council's interest in the moving third reading. Councilor Spelly moving it, seconded by Councilor Reyes. Councilor Spelly, do you want to speak to the motion?
This is the other end of the housing spectrum. This just feels awkward, talking about single-family housing after a homeless shelter, but we do need all ranges of the housing spectrum. So I think this project is a good one. It supplies another need in Squamish, and yeah, the conditions are. I think the conditions are really adequate. That's all I have to say.
Pardon me. Anybody else?
Let's go.
Councilor Reyes.
Thanks, Ned. You're not doing well with water tonight. So, thank you. So I am in support of this, and I think, and I'm going back to some of the comments at the public hearing. Let me first say that for some of you that noticed, I was not present for the first public hearing on the holiday. However, I have watched it on our website, and so I have heard all the comments that were made at that public hearing and the notes of it actually, and I've gone through them again today. And I was present for the second public hearing. I think it's a little bit maybe not user-friendly for the public, and in some cases for council. The process is a little bit confusing sometimes because there's two aspects to this. One is the land use, which is the zoning, which is the issue before us tonight. And the other is the subdivision approval, which is primarily a design and engineering function. It's not a council decision on what comes later. And some of the concerns related to that process, and that was, disposition of stormwater and flood flows and so forth. Those are subdivision issues. So the issue we have here tonight is the issue of, is this a suitable use for the land? What's been proposed to single-family residences, as opposed to just leaving the land as it is, or putting duplexes or multifamily or some other use on the land. Since I've been on council, one of the guiding principles we've had in these types of proposals has been smart growth on the ground, which was a set of principles that was adopted by the council before I got on council, some years before. And one of the principles of that, as I understand it, is it's preferable to have infill development as opposed to going off into forest and clearing more land and extending the settlement area of the municipality. So this to me is consistent with that. It is clearly an infill development. It is serviced already significantly. It's got roads, sewer, water, more or less to the lot line. So we don't have to kind of create that in some other area where it is not now. It is what's proposed as single-family residences, and this is in a single-family neighborhood. We heard from some of the neighbors who didn't want any other form of residential there, didn't want development of more density, multifamily, for example. So this is the form of character of the neighborhood. These houses will probably look a little bit different than older houses, but it is the closest thing to what is existing there today. And there is a need in the community for all kinds of development. And this is one type of development. We're rezoning a lot of multifamily apartments, townhouses, even some duplexes. There's very few developments of single-family lots. So this is one of the forms that is part of our housing stock, if you like. So for those reasons, I think this is an appropriate development, appropriate for the area, and I'm happy to support the motion.
Councilor Lee.
So there's no doubt that we need housing along the spectrum, which includes single-family homes, and people want to choose that form of housing. But I think this lot lent itself well to a mixed form of housing. So we couldn't increase the density a lot because of the flood risks in this particular lot. But I think the era of single-family home only developments should be behind us, and we should be creating interesting neighborhoods with a mixed form of housing, and I think that could have been done here. So for that reason, I will not be supporting this rezoning.
Anybody else?
I mean, I really feel strongly that we do need single-family neighborhoods. And we don't need lots of them, but we need some of them. And, you know, it's easy to, you know, like the people out in the neighborhood said, we like single-family, we don't want a mix of use. So, and I really do see a need of single-family. I think we've got 300 lots in the long-term plan right now for single-family and 5,000 other condos or apartments right now, so I think it's great.
Councilor Kent.
I think it will fit with the form and character of the neighborhood. My one concern of it was the transfer of risk, which I believe will be dealt with as we move forward, so I'm in support.
Councilor Blackmore, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I mean, I spoke about this, I think, at the public hearing, but, you know, I think given the fact that its particular location in relation to our public transit network and some of the other things means that, you know, it can only handle this type of density in this situation, so I'll be supporting.
Thanks. I'll speak briefly to it. I have had conversations with the proponent about trying to figure out if we can create some of that missing middle housing and not create such a homogeneous development of just one type of housing stock. And I agree to a certain extent with what Councillor Elliott was saying with regard to trying to put some of that missing middle within the same vernacular of a single-family home. Duplexes, row houses, fourplexes, all within the same size massing. And I think that's where we need to go to. I realize this application, you know, was in the hopper for quite a long time before we started to have this missing middle conversation. And I know the developer, you know, thought about it, and maybe there's still opportunity in the future depending on how some of the flood mapping may come out. So I'm not 100% happy that it's all single-family homes, but I do appreciate that it was certainly been in the hopper long before we started that conversation and created that expectation. But I'm putting it out there that, and some of it we're a victim of our own rules. We create these very, you know, it's either this, it's either this, it's either this, it's either this, and we don't figure out ways to integrate mixed incomes, mixed demographics, so you can have seniors maybe in a fourplex alongside single-family home with 2 or 3 kids alongside someone maybe just starting in the housing market, all within one neighborhood. And I think that's the ideal we want to get to. We have a lot of massaging of our rules and regulations and zoning bylaws to sort of get to that intention. But that's the conversation we're just starting to have. So I appreciate the developer has been in process a lot longer than that conversation has been going. So I'm going to a little bit reluctantly support this. I do think that the neighborhood will be very happy about this. But I think down the road we need to be reconceiving how we develop single-family neighborhoods, if we want to call them that, into a much more comprehensive. And when we talk about density, we're not talking about massive amounts. We might be adding 5 or 6 more units because we have a row house here and a small lot here and, you know, a duplex here. So it's not increasing density massively. It's very subtle, gentle density, and it allows for a broader spectrum of demographics and ages in neighborhoods. That's the goal we need to get to. Our rules, unfortunately, don't allow us to get there very easily, whether it's because of strata rules or flood mapping density issues, or the fact that our zonings are very homogeneous. But that's the puzzle and the problem that we need to solve in the future. Councillor Chappell.
Thanks, and I want to thank the mayor for bringing up those issues, because I definitely agree with missing middle, and I think our community suffers challenges of mobility and that greater density requires a different form of mobility than we can currently offer. But in the future, I don't see this neighborhood as being absolutely lacking the missing middle, but being able to have apartments, co-living, and laneway homes as a solution to the missing middle there. I don't see a problem with densifying those lots. They're larger lots, and as people find the need for income supporting or their lifestyle changes, and they want people on their lot, they can certainly add a little bit more density to their lots as well. I do look forward to us addressing having apartments with laneway houses. I don't think we can, that conversation is coming to council, and I look forward to being able to support that, because I think that for this particular development is a solution, and the Brackendale neighborhood to densify that area will require more gentle density.
Yeah, and I just wanted to clarify, there are a number of subjects to adoption, predominantly around flood modeling and legal agreements and voluntary community amending contribution, as well as registration of Section 219, no build covenant, and all that stuff. So it's the motion that's in the staff report that is on the floor. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Elliott opposes. Motion carries. Moving on to the next one, adoption of District of Squamish Municipal Ticket Information Bylaw number 1832. Move adoption, moved by Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Kent. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. District of Squamish Smoking Regulation Bylaw number 2042, 2008, Amendment Bylaw 2516, 2017. Be adopted, moved by Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Kent. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And District of Squamish Bylaw Notice Enforcement Bylaw number 2418, 2015, Amendment Bylaw 2539, 2017. Moved by Councillor Chappelle, seconded by Councillor Race. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion carries. Community Planning and Infrastructure, staff reports, development permit number 443, 1365 Victoria Street. Is that Elaine?
You're up already?
EP 443?
Yeah. Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Sorry, one moment. Never mind. So this is 1365 Victoria Street development permit, and this was initially brought to Council on June 20th. On June 20th, this was requesting a parking and loading variance, and the resubmission has been reworked and is no longer requesting a variance. So the location and context, it is zoned C4, as is the surrounding neighborhood. It's located on the corner of Victoria Street and 2nd Avenue, 1365 Victoria. It's adjacent to the Chieftain Hotel, and historically this was the location of the Chieftain Annex, which burned in a fire. So the proposed development is 6 stories, which the zoning allows. It's mixed use, so commercial at grade and residential units above. There are 3 commercial units proposed at grade, and above 33 residential apartments on, sorry, that says 4 levels, but because of the revision, that's actually on the top 5 levels. And there are 2 stories of parking. The proponent has indicated that this will be a rental building. No housing agreement will be entered into, so there is no assurance of them being rental long-term. The form and character remains unchanged from the June 20th submission. So, sorry, I don't have my notes up on this screen here, but so we do have a 6th floor that is articulated. The building steps back at the 3rd floor on 2nd Avenue. There is a curve right at the corner on 2nd and Victoria. There is a canopy around the building. Yes, and so this is the plan at grade, showing that there's 2 vehicle entries. So there's a vehicle area at grade, and then behind that, also access from the laneway. There's a second level of parking. I'll just go back to this slide. So so staff did request that the proponent voluntarily set back the building on 2nd Avenue in response to current bylaw readings of wanting a greater setback on 2nd Avenue to enable street trees and a streetscape and parking. There was a challenge to accommodate commercial space as well as parking at grade, and so the setback is at 0 meters. Changes since June 20th, the canopy is now continuous. The 3 second floor commercial units have been replaced by 3 residential units. Units have been converted to larger size units, and in our zoning bylaw, whether it's a studio apartment or a 3-bedroom apartment, we have the same parking requirements. So the parking requirements did not increase with that change, and 2 parking spaces have been added on the 2nd story. So this screen shows the revision. On the left is the current submission that shows 2 additional parking stalls on 2nd Avenue frontage, as well as the 3 residential units. And then on the right is the June 20th submission, which had the commercial space. So the engineering and streetscape will be addressed at time of servicing agreement with our engineering department. Advisory design panel, this was presented to ADP on May 4th. And so the committee supported the project but had recommendations, and the minutes were attached to the council report. What changes occurred after the ADP meeting were that the building was stepped back at the 3rd story, increased canopy. There were accessible spaces located along the lane that have been moved to address safety concerns. And ADP requested a green roof on the building, and so in response, the proponent stepped the building back at the 3rd story and added a green edge there. So here we have on the left the proposal that went to ADP with the 0 meter setback along 2nd to the 6th or the 5th or 6th story, and then the step back. Also, the 2nd floor units were articulated further. So policy does support this development permit in terms of the mixed use, walkable downtown, and higher density of residential. And public comments, so not relevant to tonight's meeting, there was a concern related to the parking variance, so I won't speak to that. There was a noise concern raised by somebody who lives in a residential unit adjacent to this site, and so they said that the noise from the Naughty Burl nightclub in the Chieftain is quite loud, but because this is a DP application and not a rezoning, and because downtown is a mixed-use area where there's businesses opening and closing in different locations, it was felt that that would be a challenge to address. So the recommendation tonight is that council approve the development permit with the subject to items of registration of a flood covenant, the provision of $24,000 cash in lieu. So this project still will have the 4 stalls that are permitted by the zoning bylaw to be cash in lieu at a value of $6,000 each, and the provision of on-site landscape for the value of the landscape cost estimate. Thank you.
I thought we changed the parking cash in lieu to $16,000 per unit.
Mayor Heinzman, through you, I believe the wording speaks to variances, and they're not seeking a variance because this is actually permitted in the zoning bylaw. We have a provision for 4 stalls are permitted cash in lieu.
Well, I thought council all raised their hands and said cash in lieu would be $16,000.
If I may, those amendments haven't been done yet to the zoning bylaw, so the zoning bylaw still outlines the amount that somebody has to pay, and that's $6,000.
So we said that, but it's not done yet?
Ms. Member.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Heinzman. So following that meeting, staff did some more research, and a motion cannot overrule a bylaw essentially, which is what I believe we all know. And so in the interim of that, staff are bringing the zoning bylaw forward with that change in September. Basically as fast as we can following the break.
Thank you. I have a question, and I apologize, I wasn't at the last meeting where this was considered. And it could be the ship has sailed, but I'd like to understand how a lot that was parking for the hotel is able to be severed and something built on it without any compensation for the parking of a hotel that has 0 parking there. And I realize there might not have been something on the land that allowed this to happen, but there's a lot of surface parking in Squamish, and if all of a sudden this surface parking is sold and the parking was part of a previous development, doesn't matter if it was 50 years ago or not, and now we have a hotel downtown with 0 parking, that's a challenge. Whereas the annex was parking for the hotel as well as for the annex. I wonder if staff can address that.
Mayor Heinzman, through you, also anecdotally, I sort of heard, you know, that maybe that had been intended for parking for the chieftain, and so through staff review, we did look at the title for this property that has no covenants or other notations related to parking for the Chieftain Hotel. So if it was intended to be parking for the chieftain, it wasn't secured through a covenant on title.
And was it subdivided? Or was it 2 different lots originally when the annex was there?
I can answer that question. This property itself has been there since 1903 or 1913, in the early 1900s. So it's always been a separate lot. Whatever arrangement there used to be must have been an informal arrangement. It was never formalized. The only ways you could formalize it would be to put a covenant on title or zone it as a parking lot, and neither which is the case here.
Yeah, I realize the ship might have sailed on this. I think my point is, for future processes, if people are selling off parking that was intended, whether it was 50 years ago, 100 years, whatever, as the parking for a hotel or anything else, all of a sudden is sold and redeveloped, and all of a sudden that parking is gone. We have a problem we need to fix, is my point.
Yes.
Do you agree, Councillor Carter?
Well,
No,
there's
I wasn't
parking
going
lots
to
across the
you.
street as well.
Councillor Spell.
Thanks. I just have a question. I know I was away and I watched, and I'm just trying to understand the conversion of the second floor office space to residential space. Is it because of the parking? How many parking spaces, just so I can clearly understand what I'm voting for? We are giving up commercial space and economic development space for how many parking spots?
Mayor Heinzman, through you, so the initial submission, so this is, yeah, so the commercial space generated a higher parking requirement than the residential units do. So on June the 20th, the proposal was to pay for the 4 stalls in lieu that's permitted, and then to have a variance for an additional 8 stalls. So 12 stalls would have been variance. Also, there would have been a variance for 1 loading stall, but our loading stalls are required on a 300-meter threshold, 300 square meter. And so with the second level commercial being removed, then that removed 1 of the loading stalls, and the rest of the commercial at grade is just under 300 square meters.
Thank you. And thank you for explaining that well.
And when are we going to change our bylaw so it's insisting on 2 stories of commercial?
We're bringing back those updates in September, so we've gone through the public engagement process, and now we're going to bring back the summary, options, and recommendations for moving it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Chappell?
We had asked for staff to come back with a solution to the fact that asking for second floor commercial would require parking variances, and we've never really addressed the parking variances that went with second floor commercial. So I'm unclear as to, currently we ask proponents and we encourage proponents to come back with second floor commercial space. And yet we haven't addressed the parking piece that goes along with that. So I'm clear as,
And
how
just
many people could we be employing in second floor office space as opposed to 12 parking spaces?
And just for clarity purposes, when a rezoning comes forward, we have more ability to insist
Yes.
on things. DP, we have a certain set of guidelines
Absolutely.
that we have some discretion in terms of whether or not we think it fits the guidelines. We don't have discretion to say you have to have commercial here as long as they meet the zoning
That's
bylaw.
right, I thought this had commercial and we took it away.
We didn't take it away.
Well,
The proponent took it away because
Because
they
of parking issues, right?
Councilor Pryor.
Well, actually, you weren't here, Sue, and I don't think you were here, Patty. And the proponent came forward with second floor commercial,
Yes.
but required 12 parking stalls.
8 parking stalls.
8 parking stall reduction, well, plus the 4 they had, so 12 parking stall reduction. So I guess us, me, in my wisdom, but, you know, we go through this with parking all the time, and I was thinking $6,000 per parking stall is not enough. And we keep saying that. So I lobbied hard to make these guys pay more for their parking. And I said to council or to staff and the proponent back there, who's happy now, I said, we want more money. Well, he didn't have to do that. He just had to take the parking commercial out and then everything fit. So that kind of backfired.
I believe,
It clearly did.
I believe staff articulated that in the meeting last week. Staff articulated that potential outcome in the meeting last time this was.
I was hoping that we'd get more money for parking and we'd get the building, you know. Anyway, the building looks great.
Any other questions or comments with regard to the DP itself? Are no variances? Councilor Black and Wolf?
I was just gonna say, and I think I mentioned it in the last meeting, but still, I think this building, in terms of the architecture and the layout, it sets a pretty high standard for downtown, and I think it's really well done.
Thank you. So are you moving the DP?
Sure. Yeah.
Moved by Councilor Black and Wolf, seconded by Councilor Pryor. I'll just go to the mover if you'd like to speak to it. Have you already done that?
I've said it.
Councilor Chanel.
Thanks, so I'm gonna have my regular rant that economic development, it seems to be a priority of this council, and second floor office space, we're giving up second floor office space for like, 8 parking spots, and those people that could have been employed there, those cars are gonna be really happy, they're not gonna pay tax, they're gonna be free. But the people that are not going to be employed in our downtown, and all those people that live in that 6-story building that won't have a place to go to work and will have to drive to the city, are going to be choked. So I am going to support this because I agree with Councilor Black and Wolf. It's a great building. It provides housing in downtown. It provides density. It's got ground floor retail space. That's going to be really expensive because it's going to be taxed at the rate of our lovely, awesome, ever-expanding housing prices. This policy piece has to be addressed. We need to come back with a parking variance and a way to address how we're going to expand our commercial space in lieu of parking in our downtown commercial zone, because it's just, you know, without having second floor office space for professional use, we're going to end up with a whole bunch of ground floor commercial that is unaffordable to the masses, and it's going to be empty, and people will say we don't need it because we don't have places for professionals to work. So this is going to create traffic issues because of not having places to work, and now we require parking because people can't walk to work. So I do support the building. It's a great looking building. Those 3 commercial spaces were extremely viable, especially with this density, and we're giving it up for parking spaces. So,
Councilor Race.
Thank you.
There's my rant.
So, I was one of the people that voted in favor of referring it back to staff because I didn't like the idea of dumping 12 cars out into the neighborhoods to park all day, especially in the 2-hour zone. So it would have put them over in 3rd and 4th Avenue. The second floor was in effect voluntary, and well, the thought was appreciated. Parking variance requested was not, I'll speak for myself, was not sustainable and not supportable. It is an attractive building, and with respect to this development permit, I support it. I will make the comment, though, we're going to go ahead with changes to our zoning bylaw. Had the second floor commercial not been voluntary and been something we would require, then I would not have been keen, and I won't be keen in the future, to provide significant parking variances. What I will look for is the developers to dial back in the residential to make the whole thing fit. But I would expect most of the parking requirements to be supported on site. And this one wasn't, in my view. That's why I voted for it. That's what happens when you miss meetings. But I will be supporting this now.
Anybody else? I'll speak, go ahead.
Yeah, it is a great looking building, so it's one of the nicest buildings downtown, or will be.
Thank you. Yeah, I find myself needing to support this. It does, I think, meet our DP guidelines. It abides by our rules. It's not asking for any variances. And I think it's an excellent looking project. It looks great. I think it's going to really augment the downtown and provide a really nice architectural building for the downtown and set a good standard. I agree with Councillor Blackenwald. Unfortunately, these types of things really outline some of our policy gaps that we've talked about for a long time and we haven't implemented them yet. And Councillor Race talked to that. I think most people have talked to that. But I do commend the developers. I think they've done a nice job. It looks really good. Look forward to seeing it built. I wish there was more commercial, and I wish our rules ensured that we got more commercial and less residential on these lots. However, it meets our DP guidelines, and I can support it. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Newport Beach, Galbraith Road closure disposition proposal.
Good evening, I'm Dave Merrill, Director of Major Projects at the District of Squamish. I'm here to speak to the report regarding the Galbraith Road closure and disposition proposal. So back in June, staff received a letter from Newport Beach Developments, the oceanfront developer, suggesting that an error was made in the subdivision of the oceanfront lands, which led to the creation of a 25-meter road right-of-way instead of a 20-meter right-of-way. The letter requested that road closure bylaws be prepared to close a 5-meter wide strip along the east side of the road and consolidate the land into adjacent lots. So up here is the subdivision plan. Just for reference, north is to the left. So the blue portion is the existing Galbraith right-of-way. That's the existing road there. And that is located within a 20-meter right-of-way. This part of the road that the letter refers to is highlighted in red, which essentially extends through the peninsula to the oceanfront park. And the subdivision plan provides a 25-meter right-of-way. And so the letter is proposing to take a 5-meter strip along that on the east side and consolidate that with the developer's land to the east. Just for some background, so references to a 20-meter right-of-way are included in both the oceanfront sub-area plan as well as the PDA, the Phase Development Agreement. In both of those documents, it essentially is shown as a conceptual cross-section, which is clearly identified within the 20-meter right-of-way. The construction of the road is a DCC project, and within the DCC bylaw, the project is identified as Peninsula Main Road Arterial Standard. So our subdivision and development control bylaw specifies that arterial roads are 25-meter right-of-ways. However, there is another clause within the bylaw that says where distinct neighborhood plans, for example, the sub-area plan, have been approved by council in the form of the sub-area development plan, excuse me, those neighborhood plans shall take precedence over certain otherwise applicable sections of the bylaw. Staff, so back in 2015, staff approved in principle a conceptual cross-section for this road to allow the developer to start proceeding. The approved cross-section was a 20-meter right-of-way, and since that time, staff have been working with the developer under the assumption of a 20-meter right-of-way with all the design work completed to date. I would also like to note that the staff report notes that active transportation infrastructure is provided within the 20-meter right-of-way. And it also says that if the additional 5 meters were there, it would provide enhanced facilities. I just wanted to note that the sub-area plan also includes networked trail network diagram, which provides a lot of connectivity through the site, including the oceanfront, the waterfront public walkway. So there are other pathways to get pedestrians and bike traffic off the main road. And in addition, the zoning bylaw provides a minimum 4-meter setback along Galbraith Road, which could also be used to provide this infrastructure as well. So moving on to the recommendation is that staff bring forward for council's consideration road closure bylaws to close a 5-meter wide section of designated road along the east side of Galbraith Road within the oceanfront development and consolidate the land into adjacent lots.
Council, focusing on questions for clarification purposes, Councilor Pryor, Councilor Elliott, Councilor.
How many meters is Cleveland Avenue? On Main Street.
This is a quiz.
I'm just trying to,
Through the mayor, I'm not exactly sure.
I think it's either 25 or 30, same with Main Street. Now, and then there's a 3-meter setback to the buildings.
4 meters.
4 meters.
4 meters,
So,
yes.
12 feet. See, I always thought that the main road going down to, and I don't know if you have the transportation map up there that shows all the bike routes, but I had always thought that the main road going down to SODC had a separated bike lane on both sides, and trees and parking and roads. Is that what we have?
Not currently. We are, as I mentioned earlier, we are constrained by the 20-meter right-of-way on the existing portion of Galbraith. So just conceptually...
Galbraith has nothing to do with SODC though.
That's correct, but it provides the link.
But yeah,
into
it'll
the
be
SOD.
developed someday
Correct.
by other owners.
But it's only 20 meters.
Unless the development is asked for a little wider bike lane to hook up with the one that's down on SODC. Like if SODC is 25 meters, then when someone goes to develop, we're gonna definitely want bike lane connections. And you know, and I'm just saying this because, you know, there used to be this big vision of a beautiful promenade going down there with a bike lane on both sides and trees and everything, and now we're getting a 20-meter with 12 feet to the buildings on both sides, and it's just kind of not the vision that I saw. So.
Councilor Elliott.
So just so that I'm clear, because there's a few different sketches of the main road, the one that was approved in summer of 2016 is the one you're showing here, which has a separated bike lane on the other side of the boulevard and sidewalks.
Yeah, there you go. That's correct.
So that's what we'll get with our 20-meter road right away.
That's correct. On a conceptual level, that's what's anticipated now.
So we just don't get bike lanes on both sides.
Well, we could, if we don't support this.
Councilor Pryor, Councilor Reyes.
Thank you. So PDA talks about a 20-meter right away. So that was the deal, in effect, on the purchase and sale. And the mistake was on behalf made by the developer. It's basically the developer surveyor, I guess, or the developer, or both. So I can understand this. The thing I wouldn't understand is the district incurring any cost at all to remedy this. And there is reference to some cost in the report. Apart from that, I don't like the idea of going back on a deal. I mean, mistakes do happen, but I don't want to play games. So I'll move staff recommendation.
You want to just read it out? That staff bring forward for council consideration road closure bylaws to close a 5-meter wide section of designated road along the east side of Galbraith within the oceanfront development and consolidate the land onto adjacent lots.
And I'll add the words, all at the cost of the developer.
It has been moved. Is there a seconder? Second by Councillor Elliott. And we're talking about essentially our legal fees. Process. So it's advertising. Advertising.
That's correct.
Councillor Elliott.
Just another question. Those pedestrian circulation, does that include, is that active transportation or is just pedestrians?
In the sub-area plan,
Yeah.
the reference I had made, yeah, so I can bring that up through the mayor. So this is provided in both the PDA and the sub-area plan. It's obviously the street alignment has changed since this was conceptualized, but there's connectivity north and south to the site, and then there's also shared pedestrian and bicycle path around the perimeter of the peninsula.
Right, but through the site is primarily pedestrian access, not bike.
I suppose that's to be determined. Thank you. Gary pointed out that I also have these cross sections. So this is a local road that would be off of Galbraith, and that shows it actually has 2 unidirectional bike lanes, 2 meters wide each. And depending where you are, the sidewalk configuration could be different.
Thank you for that reminder.
Can you go back to the one before? And so in theory, if we could add another bike lane on the other side if we didn't have additional parking lane. So I mean, some of those things can be determined in the future. I also have another quick question. Are we 100% certain that it was the developer's mistake? Or do we have some culpability or?
I think the mistake is shared because where the mistake occurs is on the subdivision plan, which I believe was done by the developer's surveyor, but we signed off on it. So everyone, for better or for worse, everyone, the documents seem to suggest 20, it got registered at 25. So.
Okay, Councillor Chappelle?
I'm just wondering, the 3-meter bike lane, is it a dual direction bike lane? How do people exit the main road on bikes if it's a one-directional bike lane? Or is it two-directional?
It is multi-directional.
So, I mean, if you look at the north end of the road, it's 20 meters. I think there was a mistake made. I'm happy to fix the mistake. I don't want to go back on something that's been agreed to and sold and purposely done that way. I also, I'm happy if the developer pays for it, but I also reasonable if we have some responsibility in this mistake, we should share in the cost of that, at least from our side of things. So the addition of councillor races at the end there, I'm not so married to. I don't want it to sound petty or unreasonable. If we had some probability, we should just simply accept our responsibility in the mistake, my perspective.
We're building a road.
Councillor Race, can you please stop making comments on everybody's comments? Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Race.
Yeah, thank you. With respect to that position, I can appreciate that, except that in my experience in things like this, person that originates the document, after you go to kind of micro detail on creating the deal, the person that originates the document, whether it's something like this or a transfer form or something like that, and makes a mistake in the document, typically bears the responsibility. And that's why, notwithstanding the fact that we would have signed the subdivision plan, at that point, you are typically not scrutinizing it the same way you would as if you were actually creating the document. So I take your point, but in my experience, the responsibility for this is on the side originating the document.
You've convinced me. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Correspondence in front of council. There's a letter with regard to the resource breakfast series at UBCM. Any councillors interested in going to the mining, energy, and/or forest sector breakfasts? Councillor Race?
Energy.
Energy? Energy. Anybody else for energy? Nope. We have our winner. Anybody want to go to the mining resource breakfast?
It's the day before, right?
Seeing no, it's on a different day. Councillor Chappelle? Excellent. They just need to actually have your name. And forest sector breakfast?
I'll go to that.
Councillor Pryor. Okay, awesome.
Negative is you have to get up early in the morning.
But usually they have good breakfast. You want that in a motion?
You have to get up early in the morning?
There's a motion. Yes. I know, but we really need a motion.
Shut up and
Okay, council register Chappelle and Race for the mining breakfast.
Energy.
For energy breakfast. Councillor Chappelle for the mining breakfast, and Councillor Pryor for the forestry breakfast. Moved and seconded. Race is Black and Wolf. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. There's a number of correspondence in front of council. Is there any letter that anyone wishes to pull? I might just pull the number 9. There was some talk about water park and stuff. Yeah, do you want one pull?
Number 1.
Number 1. Okay. Number 9, anybody else? Councillor Elliott?
So it's a letter from New West with the resolutions they're taking to UBCM, looking for support. And I wondered if we wanted to do a similar letter about a couple of the resolutions that we're putting forward. And I'm thinking particularly about the one initiated with Councillor Chappelle around the kits.
Around what, sorry?
The rape kits and availability, and why we see it moving from Department of Health to Department of Justice.
I thought we did that last year.
We're doing it again.
It didn't get to UBCM last year.
Let's go in this year. And the other one around our environmental assessment. And I wondered if a letter just helps create a bit more context, and it's easy to email out to our
So there's a motion that we are articulating a letter urging support for those two resolutions for UBCM. Moved by Councillor Ray, seconded by Councillor Chappelle. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. I did want to pull, there's a letter with regard to crime in some of our remote parking lots. They're actually outside the district. And they happen in parking lots within the district, Shannon Falls and a number of other ones. I think we can have a conversation with the RCMP this month, the next meeting, about specific bait cards. And maybe that doesn't need to, maybe, Mr. Sim, can you talk to them about that and seeing whether or not we can get some bait cards in some of those remote parking lot areas?
Absolutely. It's on my plan for a meeting I have on Friday with Inspector Christie.
Excellent.
I already looked at the letter, just was figuring out how to get that to him.
So maybe just a motion to refer that to staff. Moved by Councillor Race, seconded, I'll second that. All those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. The next I did want to speak to the next letter as well, which was there was a letter on public parks, and there was talk about a water park, but there was also talk about covering some areas within parks, gazebos, that type of thing, for more different types of uses within parks. So I'm wondering if we can refer that to staff to think about in terms of how we start programming some of our neighborhood parks and considering those kinds of things. Moved by Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Kent. Yeah, you want to speak to that? Go ahead.
I just realized that I flagged this one as well, and I'd love to pilot this in one of our parks. And in Australia, it's used both as a rain cover, but also a sun smart cover to keep kids out of the sun. I know that we talked about this with staff very briefly a couple of years ago, and there was concern about snow. But I'd like to try and find a solution that they're up for most of the year, even if we have to take them down for December and January to get us through the snow month. They just create community because you can be outside in the pouring rain or in the blistering hot sun. So I'd love to see us try and do some of those.
Excellent. So look forward to maybe something to contemplate next year's budget. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Motion to receive the letters. Moved by Councillor Ray, seconded by Councillor Chappelle. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We have minutes from special business meeting of July. Yes.
Oh, on the minutes.
Okay, hold your horses there. We have special business meeting of July 4th, regular business meeting of July 4th, committee of the whole meeting of July 11th, special business meeting of July 11th, and the special business meeting public hearings for July 11th. There's a motion to approve those minutes, moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor Elliott. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. There's a recommended motion from the July 11th committee meeting that the District of Squamish approve the Senior Centre Revitalization Project Team's recommendations, and that the District of Squamish rename the Squamish Senior Centre to the 55 Adult Activity Centre. I believe that was, didn't that fail?
No, that was pretty funny.
No, that's the one that has.
Oh, yeah.
Senior Center failed, Adult Activity Center passed.
Yes, so the motion on here is not the motion, is not the recommended motion from the committee.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's the one that passed.
Oh, yeah, right. I'm so late, long day. Councillor Black and Wolf, do you want to speak to this one, or is it something else?
Oh, I just have a correction in the other meeting.
Oh, okay, well, yeah, we'll get,
Alright.
yeah, errors or omissions, do you have a correction?
You haven't mentioned those ones yet, though.
Oh, from the
They're-
committee minutes, okay.
Yeah, committee minutes.
All right, does someone want to move the recommended motion from July 11th? Moved by Councillor Black and Wolf, seconded by Councillor Race. I'm going to speak against this motion. Not that I don't want to approve the recommendations, but the 55 Adult Activity Center, I think, is going away from the intention, and actually a group came to some consensus about keeping the word senior in the name, and so I'd like to honor that. Councillor Cryer and Councillor Chappelle.
Well, actually, the group said they didn't want anything to reference age.
Not what the final recommendation was.
Well, that's what, as far as I heard, that's what I heard. But I do kind of think it was, you know, and I know a lot of those seniors, and I've known them since before they were seniors, and so I understand them quite well, and they get where they are now, and they just, you know, they need a cause anyway. I think it's hilarious where it ended up, and I think that just serves us all right.
Councillor Chappelle.
So, Councillor Pryor, this is your opportunity to repent that, and I am also not going to support this motion because I think seniors, in the title, I think, you know, senior citizens is something that has dignity to it, and it's got negative connotations for some people, but, you know, I think that embracing being a senior is really important, and having a place that is specifically for seniors, and when you put an adult in the title, it really does degrade that that sense of dignity to be a senior and to get to the point in age where you deserve your own space. And I was thinking if it was adults, I could send my daughter there. Because it says adult, and I would argue that, man, when Smart becomes 18, she's an adult, she can go there. So I don't want to even have those discussions. I want seniors to have their own space and to have seniors in the title. And I would agree with the mayor on this. I'm going to oppose this.
And just so just so it's clear, the original recommendation came forward from the committee, wasn't consensus. The majority of the committee said we would prefer not to have seniors for age reference.
Yeah.
The committee met again, and I was in the meeting, and the compromise sort of solution that didn't get consensus, but it was trending in that direction, was the 55 seniors activity center. For me, the word adult activity center puts a whole other connotation about maybe adult activities. And I actually think it's worse.
Yes.
And I actually think that, like, seriously, like, it's like triple X activity center.
Thank you.
And I actually think it creates a connotation that we don't want. And I think the group would be very happy if it was 55 seniors activity center. I am going to sever the motions because I think everyone is happy to approve the revitalization project team work. And then we'll vote on the suggested name.
Suggestive name.
Suggestive name, thank you. Afterwards. I'll call the question on receiving the report and the recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Anyone else want to talk about the adult activity center? Councilor Bucknell.
For me, it was more about increasing use of the center, which actually will be for groups that are not necessarily seniors, and then also bringing in the seniors who don't self-identify as seniors. And so I sort of see it as something, let's try it out, let's see how it works for a few years. If we'll know we've done a good thing if the numbers are up at the center, and if they're not, so we can go back to the board. But I just feel like it's sort of an underutilized community asset that that we can make use of given the growing population.
I like the 55. I don't like the word adult in it. But I don't like seniors in there either. So I'd like to amend the motion that the District of Squamish rename the Squamish Senior Center to the 55 activities. And it can be a brand just on its own. Because
There's
programming
an
is
amended motion. Second the amendment. So on the amendment is to take up the word adult.
And not insert senior.
It's been too long a day. Councilor Chappelle. There's second by Councilor Bucknell.
Yeah, I agree with Councilor Bucknell said the space is underutilized and it definitely needs to see more visitation, but I think that has more to do with programming than whatever the name is. I think if the programming was awesome and encouraged whatever group to go in, it would be a more utilized space. And I don't mind just changing it to activity center either. I would support this motion.
But we're talking about the amendment.
Yeah,
Amendment
the
to take out the word
motion.
adult.
Amended motion.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. So the motion on the floor is that it be renamed the 55 Activity Center. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? I'm going to oppose it. Motion carries.
I'd love to be in the coffee room after that last one.
As I was reading, I'm like, the adult thing.
Keep in mind, one of the goals is to increase the numbers.
It's a dangerous club. It's a dangerous club. Is there any business arising from the minutes? Yes, Councilor Blackenmore. Oh, we're down. We're not in committees yet.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, okay. No business arising from the minutes. We have the community development meeting minutes for information. Move for receipt. Moved by Councilor Ray, seconded by Councilor Elliott. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And from that, there is a recommended motion that the district authorize the mayor and corporate officer to execute a transit service agreement between BC Transit and the District of Squamish as attached to the report from the Community Planning and Infrastructure dated July 4th. Yes.
Can we amend, I know I'm not supposed to weigh in here, but in terms of the conversation around south or north to the park services, we've requested an updated MOU that takes out the term south, so that in the future when we talk about expanded services, it doesn't preclude the north potential. So if you want to amend the motion to remove the word south.
And we can prioritize within the agreement, basically north or south. And it's I don't, hold on, Councillor Spill, I'm just trying to get myself organized
You
here.
can put me in wherever.
Yeah, so we're moving all of the motions, and staff is suggesting, just show me where south is.
Oh, regarding, so it would be,
It's in the MOU.
it's in the MOU, so it'd be as
Oh.
the MOU that's attached, you take the word south out of it.
Okay.
As amended.
As, okay, memorandum of understanding with the amendment to take out the reference to south. Somewhere.
I've got it, hang on.
South to somewhere. Does everyone understand what the intention of what we're doing? Okay.
As amended to remove the reference to south in the expanded park service.
Councillor Spell.
Thanks. I'm concerned about the 3-year expansion initiative altogether because we have a lot of conversations there. We are making decisions without numbers of ridership. We don't, there's a lot of transit decisions that we have to make because of density that we're proposing along our corridors. We're going to have to revamp our transit plan. So I'm worried about supporting something that says 3-year expansion initiatives, because BC Transit has never come back with numbers to say this many people are riding, and if we don't have ridership on some of our routes, we need to contract and do better service along our density corridors. So I'm not sure how to address that with, and also, do we want transit service to the gondola? I mean, that's in our expansion plans. If we're encouraging tourism, that might be something that we want transit to.
Well, and that's in there.
Yeah.
As a possibility.
That's South Parks.
No, it's moving out.
We are just taking the word south out so we can explore both options.
Right, okay.
Within the expansion plan.
But also, does it commit us to 3 years of transit planning?
Through the mayor, I think that BC Transit got the message very loud and clear at the last meeting that we need data. And the new buses will be providing real data on the routes, which is very exciting. BC Transit is asking us to lock in for next year because they need to do their planning. The second and third year out in the MOU is considered sort of more conceptual. This allows us, by just saying parks instead of South Parks, allows us to do a more full community engagement. Look at how important is gondola versus Alice Lake or Rome Lake, Mirren Park, and try to design a system that works for everywhere, or just one direction or the other. So it opens things up, but we wouldn't be locked in on the second and third years until next year, when we will have more data.
Sure, and then I'll go to Councillor Blackmore.
So I've always thought of exploring a community option because it doesn't make sense to run a full bus in our service, to add a bus service that's incredibly expensive when it may be just a community shuttle that goes back and forth. And I know that operating those things outside of BC Transit is difficult, but I know there's community members that have buses that aren't being used and want to start providing those services that would like to be included in the conversation because, it's complicated adding an extra bus route and having it route correctly with a park service that may be able to be provided by a shuttle bus that's supported by the community.
So we're not committing to anything at this point. This is possible planning considerations.
I think we are committing to an expansion of a certain number of hours. I think it's 1,100
Yeah,
hours.
but we're not including expansion to do the parks at this point.
We are. The MOU would be to committing to an expansion for next year for, I think it's 1,100 hours for parks somewhere.
But we can articulate what that expansion looks like.
Yeah, where,
It can
what
be a
the,
most
what,
park.
what the, which parks, frequency of service, what days of service, it is seasonal service. Which
right.
months that would take in would all come out during that public process and through council.
Yeah, I'll come back to you, Councillor Black and Wolf.
I just wanted to highlight for staff because it's a little bit vague in the minutes, but when we had made the request for them to come back to us in September with some of the new figures, one of the things that I was asking for was the different frequencies. So what is the budget for 20-minute frequency, 15-minute frequency, and 10-minute frequency? And I just wanted to make sure that those three different levels of service are included, because it just says costs on different frequencies. It doesn't specify, so I'm just to maybe remind them next time you touch base so that we have them, just in case they forgot to note the very specific numbers. So that was 20, 15, and 10 intervals. And specifically on our corridor from downtown Squamish to Garibaldi. Yeah.
So just trying to explore this, within the MOU, how much are we committing to budgeting for some sort of seasonal park expansion? No.
Do you have the MOU?
I'm just pulling it up
I'm just trying to pull it up.
Oh, God, really? Motion to extend for 30 seconds. Moved by Councillor Chappelle, seconded by Councillor Blackmore. All those in favor? Not really 30 seconds. Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, so.
I asked the question on that as well, because it's in the same thing.
Sure.
I'm wondering about infrastructure, because we don't have turnarounds for buses in the parks. Like, there's gonna be infrastructure costs to add stops, to add, like, if we have drop-offs at the parks, and I just can't imagine turnarounds. So,
Depends where they are.
yeah, exactly. But if we were in Brome or Alice Lake, or, I guess we could go down.
And
I
that's
think the
something,
point is there's lots of unanswered questions about, I think we all think conceptually there's potentially a good idea be there, but we don't know really bottom line, the need or some of the infrastructure needs or the priority of south versus north, like, and should we find partners, whether it's the gondola or someone else, to prioritize some of that? Yes.
I have the MOU up, Mayor Huntsman. So the introduced seasonal Squamish Park service and improved service reliability to commence April 2018. The net municipal share of that is about $64,000. And increased service on core transit network to improve access to Quest University and to improve core service reliability. September 2018, net municipal share is $98,000. September 19, improved service on core and local transit network, $150,000, and then September 2020, another $95,000. Handy Dart, April 2018, $66,000.
Okay, so that's what's in the MOU. We've taken out the reference to south. There's still some budget decisions to be made within the whole context of this, so, has it been moved it?
I don't think so.
So moved by Councillor Blackmore, second by Councillor Chappelle. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And another recommendation from the committee that interim payment in lieu be made of $15,000 for any parking variance applications in the downtown. And I think, yes?
Well, what came up tonight was that it wouldn't have applied to the DP that was in front of us because we allow for parking stalls at 6,000. So this motion will create a two-tier system unless we update the bylaw. I know it's not a legal motion, but it doesn't also provide the right guidance. If you want every parking stall that's a variance to be this price, we've got to change the wording of that motion.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Thank you. Councillor Rayson.
Well, yeah, based on the earlier discussion, I mean, this is almost inoperative, and I was questioning even passing it, but I think the point is, it's not just variances, it's the ones that are in the
Payment in
zoning
lieu.
bylaw, the payment in lieu, which is not a technically a variance. So, but I think I understood from staff that that was going into the zoning bylaw amendments. So I'm wondering whether we'd even bother passing this.
I suggest we pass it with our clear intention, if that's what council wants, that payment in lieu and parking variances have a $15,000 cost in the downtown.
For each small business owner.
Well, okay, for each parking spot, so parking variance and or payment in lieu.
First off.
Yeah, full stop. Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Race. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Public Art Committee minutes received for information.
Can we dedicate it, does it all go into a parking fund? Or does it go into general
Yes.
revenue? Okay.
There's a parking reserve fund that it all goes into. Public Arts Committee minutes received for information. I'll move it, seconded by Councillor Elliott. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And that there was a recommended motion from that the pending availability of funds, we just didn't have the budget in front of us, that the Public Art support the Sponder Mural Festival to the amount of $2,000 and $2,000 more in the future if funds become available. I'll move that, seconded by Councillor Chappelle. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Surplus Park meeting minutes be received. Moved by Councillor Black and Wolf, seconded by Councillor Chappelle. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Finance and audit meeting minutes be received for information.
Oh, correction on that.
On the finance and audit?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Um,
Let's put it on and then we'll do errors and omissions. So moved by Councillor Chappelle, seconded by Councillor Black and Wolf. Errors and omissions, Councillor Black and Wolf?
Yeah, the attendance section is incorrect. It shows that I was absent, but in fact I was there. And
Yes,
you
you
see
were.
I seconded some motions, so the proof is on
So,
the page.
as corrected, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We recommend motion to compare to living wage, that staff be directed to bring back River to Council on implications of possible impacts of adopting living wage policy, and that living wage is going to be calculated as part of the report. Moved by Councillor Elliott, second by Councillor Race. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Council staff and camera announcements. We don't have any. Question period.
We exhausted
Any
everything.
ghosts out there? Councilor staff announcements. Lots going on, busy summer. So many events, I'm not going to go into all of those, but I will speak. I was part of a panel at Quest University with MP Pamela Goldsmith-Jones talking about marine issues, watershed issues, pretty good turnout. Jesse Knight and Edith Tobe and Andrew Day from the Vancouver Aquarium Research Division and Dr. George Iwara, the new president, the new chancellor of Quest, who's also a fisheries biologist at UBC and professor. We're on the panel. It was actually a really interesting discussion with Pam. There was, Linda and I went on the Pulling Together Canoe journey, which we started near Camp Potlatch. And we canoe journeyed up with 18 other large canoes of mostly police and RCMP from all over BC, as well as youth. It was a beautiful day. Squamish wind did not disappoint. We didn't lose any people or vessels, which is really good, but it was pretty raucous there for a while, and we had a great time. Fantastic dinner. Linda, do you want to maybe add some comments to that?
Yeah, certainly. It was quite powerful on a number of levels, just paddling with the youth and the RCMP and starting off on a calm, beautiful sunny day and then hauling into the Squamish Reserve on waves and water up to the gunnels
Surfing
and
them,
surfing them in. The Lieutenant Governor joined us with her Sergeant at Arms, and they both sportingly got in the canoes and paddled all the way through the gnarliest part of the paddle, which was fantastic to see. in his surge, called the life
Yeah,
jacket.
yeah, the best was her Sergeant Martin full surge, full with his pants rolled up. And then she had this lovely long skirt on, and we're like, and all of a sudden she just goes, whip! She takes it off, and she's got like spandex on it. It's brilliant. Or tights on like that. But it was great, and we got welcomed traditionally onto the Stopness Reserve, and it was just a lovely event. Linda and I ended up having to pay a bit of a penalty because we kept calling the canoe a boat, and if you say that, basically, so we ended up making a donation to the society because we were so bad at saying boat instead of canoe. Anyway, that was fantastic. I was part of a presentation with Matt Gunn, one of our staff members, to the Vancouver Real Estate Board. They had an event up at Quest. I don't know, there's probably about 100 or so realtors there, just talking about Squamish and some of the stuff going on here and a lot of the planning that we're doing the OCP. And Councillor Race and I were at the first Ocean Watch Action Plan Task Force meeting, and it was a really good start, I think, to a real comprehensive planning and some action items that come out of the House Sound. What do you call that? Over to you. Anyway, there's nobody here, so it was really cool, and it'll keep going. And Councillor Race has volunteered to be a co-chair. Thank you very much. I think we'll do a great job, and I think it's really exciting that all these municipalities around House Sound are sort of collaborating. Anyone else? Lots of stuff coming. Logger Sports coming. Everybody enjoy the summer. We have a visit from Shimizu students in August, and there's other stuff. Go team. I'll call the motion to terminate. Reviewed by Councilor Elliott, second by Councilor Blackman. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.